It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer. You know that Smackdown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of Smackdown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be around my favorite movie. Time. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
At the ring.
Thanks, Tony. Thank you.
Thank you. This is it. I didn't.
Let's go. Go see a watch out of that and go better.
He's okay?
I think so. He just needed a minute.
Okay.
Seriously, every single day, I read things like, I miss Adam Cole. The thing is, the bad news, it's not for me.
Hey.
Oh, thank you.
So good.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you.
Feels good. Feels so good. I'm so happy.
Let's f***ing go today.
I tell actually other wrestlers this who are like starting to come up now. Just assume nobody knows who you are. And that's really the key to being a pretty good wrestler is just assume somebody in this crowd, not somebody, because it's actually a guarantee. If you're performing in front of 8,000 people, I guarantee you at least 50 to 100 people who are there don't really watch wrestling, maybe don't even know what wrestling really is. Just assume aliens are here from another planet and they don't even know what they're looking at. If you assume that, then everything you do will be coherent. You can't take it for granted that they know who you are, they know your storyline. I'm just sitting in the crowd and then you come out and you have to kind of let me know what you're about, right?
Yeah, right away.
Even for me, especially because I'm on a pretty hot little run as a good guy at the moment, my music will hit and I'll get this really loud, like, ovation. I'm like, wow, they really like me.
They know who I am.
Yeah, I'm like constantly surprised because I assume 0. And then I have to work to get them to 100. But if we already start at 50, I'm like, oh man, this is going to be fish in a barrel.
Yeah,
we only got to go from 50 to 100, but my goal is always to get them to 100.
don't want to make false accusations here on the program, Brian. We do not want to accuse people of behavior, either unsavory behavior, possibly criminal behavior, certainly behavior that shouldn't be imitated. We don't want to do that if they're not guilty of it.
If you want outlaw but shows, you know just where to go. Tony Khan.
And a Game 6 is far more likely than a Game 7. And actually, there was only a 28.1%
Well,
chance.
it's kind of shot out. Got diarrhea of the mouth. Tony Khan.
So, but as the series was going on, 28.1% chance. So about
He just lies and he cries. Might be high on cocaine.
People on Twitter are calling Tony Khan either Tony Yayo, the cocaine cowboy, or Herb Abrams Jr.
I don't think it was Coke, but let's go back to this.
If you love New Japan, there's no bigger fan than Tony Khan.
Whoa. That person is Adam Cole, baby.
MJF got smart, called him a
Fucking Mark!
Tony Khan.
I'm not going to cover that one right now. Thanks, Nick. Do you have another question you want to ask?
He ain't right, might be high on the cocaine.
Every All Out's been higher the year before. Every Full Gear's been higher the year before. Every Revolution.
Lots of things are higher than they were.
Well, he likes that for baths. He wants him only nap. Tony Khan.
And do you guys have Chris?
If you just don't know what the hell's going on with Jericho, Tony Khan.
You're a wizard, Jerry.
He ain't right, he can't ride unless he's high on cocaine.
Does he ever admit when anything is the shits?
He ain't right, he ain't right. Tony Khan.
He's a nervous wreck, and somebody needs to put him in a rubber room at the Puzzle Factory before he hurts himself in some fashion.
Like, how many times have I watched WrestleMania 17, which is like 13 matches? How many times now? They're a little bit shorter now. Some of the 12, 13. Which I think Chris could love. But anyway, I loved it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay?
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy. 3 minutes. Stop there. 3 minutes off air.
So I talked to Tony last week, and he told me there's a plan. So I just got to trust him. I trusted him before, and I became TNT champion 3 times.
Dr. Britt Baker should be very... What do I say?
What am I saying?
Oh my God! They snuck me in. It's beautiful. Thanks for getting in.
Of course.
So it felt great to see Tony. He has been incredibly supportive through this entire process. Of course, we had communicated and talked, but it's not the same as seeing someone face to face.
Hey, I'll close the door. I'm going to run by every time I go to the bathroom.
Oh my God, of course.
Share a bathroom.
Yes.
Damn it, God damn it!
Please, Macho Man, wrestling is not an extreme sport.
Not extreme? I'll show you extreme. I got your lip ticket. Rope toe. Avalanche.
Slim Jim, beefy, spicy. Need a little extreme excitement?
See it.
Snap into a Slim Jim.
It's back up, bitch. I'm a pop star. I'ma pop that once. If you wanna ride, hot Bugatti fame run. I ain't gotta try. Pack it up and move on. Hunter on the rise, loading up a bow gun. You can see me in the streets with my rays on. I feel like dating you for me, but he's handsome. How do you see a couple guys at the same time? I've been trying to figure out the name of my star sign. I feel it in the beat like, wow. Do you wanna hang out? No. You can catch me at the basement show. Like a Malo when I say so. So, I'm a pop star. I'ma pop that once. If you wanna ride, a Bugatti fame run. I ain't gotta try. Pack it up and move on. Hunter on the rise, loading up a bow gun. I don't play guitar, music on my PC, hands above the bars. Good to be alive, 300 in the bag. Never trust no one, I'll be on the rise. Fire like napalm. You can watch me go to space, but you can't come. I'd be like living for the gram and the income. How do you know a thing about what it feels like? I've been out here looking this good with my hands tied. I'll take you there. I'll get my bag. I'll take your man. Watch this space, hun. OMG. Damn. I'm looking better in a lamb. You know my PPL is French. Talk to the hand. I'll rat you out and send your asses to Japan. I'm a pop star. I'm a pop that once. If you wanna ride, hot Bugatti Veyron. I ain't gotta try. Pack it up and move on. Hunter on the rise. Loading up a bow gun. I don't play guitar. Music on my PC. Hands above the bars. Good to be alive. 300 in the bag. Never trust no one. I be on the rise. Fire like napalm.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show Saturday night. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. That's the infallible Phil Marks. That's the what? Infallible Phil Marks. And I am here again on another Saturday evening. We made it, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for you for being alive and making it here. How are we all doing this fine evening? Welcome to another Pro Wrestle Times live show, man. We're doing the damn thing. We have a lot to get to. That's for damn sure. I'm buzzing already. I've got a little cocktail. What is that? Like a fucking cocktail. I've got a Momo Watanabe off to the side. Oh, that ain't my joke. Oh, but it's mine now. And yeah, we're starting crazy already. I hope you're all doing good. What's on for the Graps tonight? Is there Collision or was that on Thursday? I always forget now. They should just really move to Thursday. I think Collision's on. We'll throw that on. Of course, ROH Final Battle, I believe, went down. It was Final Battle or Supercard. I forget which one, but I haven't watched it yet. So I can't really comment other than a few highlights and a few little notes that I'm bringing to the show. Collision and RAF. Okay, Collision's on tonight. Death Before Dishonor. Thank you. Thank you for Death Before Dishonor. I will check that out. So, Real American Freestyle. I don't know where to watch that. If you guys tell me the network, I'll get a link or whatever. I'm just being honest. Unless it's on a channel I got, at the ready where I'm like, oh, it's on, I didn't really look into it too deep. But I definitely checked that show out. It's crazy how many pro wrestling fans are kind of just into it by proxy. And yeah, I'm down to keep tabs on RAF. Collision. So I will throw that on as well. Thank you. We had Dirty Box, which again, I took a little nap, so I didn't see. I know the results of the two fights I'm waiting to see. So I'm like, fuck, I might as well just watch them on Twitter. Because I know the fucking results, but maybe we'll take a look at the Dirty Box. But Mike Perry put on a Dirty Boxing show, and the highlights I saw earlier just looked fucking awesome. And did that go down last night? I don't know. My sleep's been all out of whack. I had like a midday nap right before I got on the air here. I kind of got up, okay, stretched, made a drink, fucking had a smoke, as you guys heard me hacking up a lung. No cigarettes. And yeah, so anyways, Fox Nation, it's a streaming channel. Fuck the Fox Nation app. Okay. Yeah, here I might have to just like head to international waters on ye old pirate shape, me mateys. Yar. That might be what happens tonight if I And then I'll try and figure out the legit way to why, if that's what we're going to do, chat. If we're going to start watching this shit, I didn't know. So, yeah, we got a lot on the docket. So, as you guys can see from the title, we're going to preview Clash en Paris. We're going to talk about SmackDown from last night. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything for it, man. Maybe so what else are we going to do? We're going to talk about Dave Meltzer a little bit. We have some sickos. We have, what else? Tiffany Stratton without makeup. That went really viral. A post from somebody that went viral. And a bunch of wrestlers, well, I don't know about a bunch, but a good handful of them responded. And so it was worthy of me. It was controversial enough for me to use the clickbait. Let's just put it that way. Booker T trashed AEW. And then we had something come in with Tony Khan, which I would have put in the title, but I was ahead of the game here. Tony Khan, we have his notes of him writing into the Wrestling Observer back when he was banned. We have that here on the show this evening. Okay, we have Tony Khan's notes. People are like, where'd you get this? Is it real? It's as real as it gets, folks. At least like the person that sent it to me, and this isn't, we're not like behind the scenes, oh man, we got gold. This is just like whatever to me. I don't care. Oh, he wrote notes to Meltzer. Like, you know, we're gonna, like, I do care. Obviously, it's fucking hilarious. And it's just interesting also because if I could see Bishop, now I'm not putting Tony Khan on anybody's levels here, but if I can see Bischoff's notes, Meltzer's notes, Vince Russo's notes, anybody's Vince McMahon's notes, maybe not those ones. Those might incriminate me. No. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely be nosy into that, as we all are. We love pro wrestling and shit. And we're gonna get into that, and it is pretty markish though. It's like pretty uber smarky markish. And yeah, so we're gonna read over that, which is hilarious, and it's legit. It's like as legit as it could be. And if it isn't, then hey, whatever. It's still funny. And some people were like marking out over seeing his notes, right? And that's cute too. So we're gonna get into it all, guys. If you're at over on the Times channel is where the replay will be at. Members are watching the show over there now if they'd like to, but otherwise you guys got to come over to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips, and you probably already know that because you're here now, or you're watching on X. If you're on X, I implore you, come and join the PWT universe on YouTube as well, and join chat and vote in the poll here. Let's see, what was the poll today? It was like a funny one. Oh yeah, can anyone in AEW cut a promo as good as Logan Paul? I don't know. It's just me taking little snide shots. Super chats are welcome. Memberships are welcome. You get access to my bonus shows on Mondays, which are so worth it. Memberships are only 99 cents, and I have a Patreon. Or you can just hit like. That's a free way to support. And yeah, that's how you support PWT. We rely on you. I rely on you. One-man army over here, okay? One-man band man. Ring the alarm man. Call me the Sandman. When I drop beats, I'm the one-man band man. It's me, bitches, right? So let's get into things here. We have quite a bit. I've had like 2 sips, and I feel like I'm buzzing, but that's all good. So ladies and gentlemen, speaking of buzzing, we like to buzz back in time on this show in a segment that I like to call the throwback segment. This is just to get warmed up tonight, folks. On today's WCW Deep Cut, so Deep Cuts wrestling stories in whatever, Deep Cuts WCW, all right? He took a deep dive into the time that Juventud Guerrera was convinced to put a very suggestive slogan on his tights.
After losing his mask at Super Brawl 8, Juventud Guerrera's on-screen underdog persona adopted the motto, "Never surrender." But that phrase took on a baffling, if not erotic, left turn. This is a WCW Deep Cut. By this point, Guerrera had already gained a locker room reputation for being very ridiculous.
He already gained a locker room reputation for being the...
and boisterous, as well as thinking he knew a lot more English than he really did. Spearheaded by Conan and Kevin Nash, the WCW locker room took advantage of these traits by convincing Hoovy that he should change the slogan on his tights to Sweet Surrender, which was slang in the male queer community for giving into your homosexual inhibitions, convincing them that it pretty much meant the same thing in English.
Damn, dude, he was throwing up the gay bat signal. You know what I mean?
English is no surrender. It didn't take much convincing for Hoovy, as he quickly put the coded slogan on the back of his tights for his fall brawl match with Silver King, none the wiser to its undertones. Soon thereafter, Guerrero was smartened up and kept his tights simple and juicy from that point forward.
I wonder if that was like a rib and they knew what they were doing to fuck with him. Pardonnez-moi. S'il vous plaît. So WWE is in France. They were in Lyon last night, and tonight they're just partying, I guess. And tomorrow they will be in Paris, s'il vous plaît. And a man who was from Chernobyl and the French Alps, I believe. He was billed from, I believe, right, Andre? They were like from the French Alps or whatever. Is that real? I don't know. Fact check me on that. But he made the news all these years ago, August 1989. And here he is. Let's take a look.
Giant was accused of assaulting.
This is him assaulting people, flipping cars and shit, I think.
Ben Hildebrand, who, by the way, is from Perry. After a match at the
From Perry. En Paris?
Rapids late yesterday, Andre was convicted of criminal mischief, but found innocent of assault in the incident. However, he could face up to 1 year in jail. So there.
He's an odd individual. I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of you that are fans, but he's just kind of strange.
I've seen Andre before. He's a big man. I wouldn't want to tangle with him.
Yeah.
So I'm getting out of a limo.
I've seen Andre before.
So I'm getting out of a limo once at Vets, and he just towers.
I've seen Andre before.
Over you.
Wow. Just keeps getting out.
Yeah, he does.
What are you going to start with tonight?
Well, we start with Roy Marble. Never had a very good time of it down in Atlanta. Hopefully this move.
Yeah, there you go. Cool little clip. And then these ones are some of my favorites. So the WCW Nitro book, Beyond Nitro Facts, number 712. According to the official TBS books, WCW generated, for the record, overall revenues of $187.987 million in 1998. Adjusting for inflation, this amounts to approximately $360.73 million in 2025 dollars. So that's how much they were bringing in revenues. So I wonder what they were profiting off of that. Quite interesting. Okay, there's the warm-up throwback segment. That was fun, wasn't it? Okay, we are going to get into some we have miscellaneous news that we're going to get into next. And then yeah, we're going to get in. I can't wait to talk about we're going to preview Clash in Paris. I'm actually pretty excited for this show. And yeah, let me check in with chat for a minute here, see what you guys are doing. Yeah, and thanks everybody who checked out the pod that I did with JJ Alexander about the entire like Raja Jackson situation and all that shit. It's crazy, you know, Quentin's just out there streaming still. Like he just doesn't, I don't know. It's like a comedy bit for him now where he the other day, guess what wacky thing he did on Kick Guys Rampage? He had to dress in a disguise, so he wore like older white dude clothes so he wouldn't get recognized in public because of the deletion threats he's received over the Raja situation. Ha 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 ha, you know. It's such a fucking, it's cringy. What's chat saying? Everybody's chilling, man. Wait, Rampage's stream is live. Yeah, man. Is that thunder? I'm praying. We've had like a fucking heat wave go down, and it's awfully smoky. Slow your whole town down, right? And yeah, I'm desperate for some rain and some fucking wind. Okay, so I wasn't impressed with him. Okay, we're gonna move along here into this next segment that I like to call miscellaneous news, ladies and gentlemen. And we're breezing through because we want to talk some WWE. Where is my bad news?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So speaking of bad news, Mark Henry, and we covered this a little bit on the last show, but you know, he defended Raja Jackson, and some people were like, what a dumbass. Or maybe that was just me. I don't know. Some people were thinking he might just be working, like he's just saying this knowing it's going to get everyone talking about him. However, I don't think it's that. I think he's probably met Rampage. You know, that's the thing. Rampage knew a lot of folks. So I don't know, you know, whether Henry's just defending them because I really don't know, but I don't think he's working. I just think he's looking at this from a place of ignorance, as admitted by himself. Initially, he was like, I don't even know all the details and information, but he was giving like an impassioned and emboldened fucking stance on one side or the other. And like, again, with everything, I don't hate you because your opinion might be different than mine on something, but I just think this is pretty clear cut what happened in 2025 in that fucking wrestling ring with Raja Jackson. But he doubles down, or maybe this is tripling down, and not just the cheeseburgers, but on the, I'm sorry, Mark Henry, he would just fucking throw me in the fucking air, send me flying like fucking Team Rocket. But yeah, he's tripling down on the opinion that Raja Jackson should be in the clear, which he is. He's not arrested or anything, man. You just got banned off kick, like boo-hoo.
So you'll be prepared, okay?
So you'll be prepared for a pro wrestling. This is what pisses me off when they're talking about, so you're prepared for pro wrestling? Mark, I don't care how many fucking hay bales you can throw in the air, bud. If you pissed Inoki off and he just KO'd you like he did Great Antonio, you wouldn't be like, oh, you'd be like, I wasn't prepared for that. That's what you'd be saying. I know it. So anyways, I'm already triggered. We're 0.5 seconds through the fucking thing.
So you'll be prepared, okay? All right. Everybody's on the same page. That didn't happen. You got these veteran guys drinking alcohol before the show.
Right. That's fucked up. That's one thing for sure. Like, it's Jim Cornette breaks it down really well. And it's like just all these boys who just aren't taking it seriously. Like, they're all just drinking, boozing before. And I'm not saying if you're operating at Hulk Hogan's like, brother, we had the coolers on tap, dude, with the Bud Lights, the Miller Lights, Jack. But if you, or what did he drink? Coors Lights, dude. But like, if you're not operating at that level, then yeah, it's especially at an academy, like that's the last thing you guys should be doing, like training greenhorns or whatever.
And then they come out there and you hit one of the kids up, you hit the kid upside the head with a beer can. He's supposed to understand and process all this information? No, it's not going to happen. And then you got other guys inciting the riot. He goes out there and he lays into this guy and he beats him like he stole something. And I do not condone that. Harge, I'm going to tell you from experience. Mark Henry was once upon a time Raja Jackson. I got banished from wrestling and sent to Canada. And if it wasn't for the Hart family who took my ass in and said, Mark, you have to be educated. You don't know wrestling. You're a fan. Let us help you. And
so you fucked up and they punished you for fucking up. So you're admitting what Raja did. He fucked up and he's a fan and he shouldn't have been in there and he should get admonished in some way. Admonished, that's the right word, right? He should be punished in some way, is what you're saying.
They help me. They educate.
So that he can be educated on not to beat people within an inch of their fucking life. Huh. Interesting.
They taught me how to be who I became. which is a Hall of Fame wrestler, which is somebody that's very well respected, not only in pro wrestling, but in radio and television.
He just argued. He just argued against himself right there.
And to everybody listen, I have not got one racist bone in my body. I love people. God put me on this earth to be a helper and to be a watcher. And you read the Bible, you understand who the watchers are.
Right. What? Where? Hold on. How did we get into racialism now? Hold on. What did I miss?
I'm one of them. And I just want to go on record as saying I'm making zero apologies for what I said. I meant every word, every single word I meant. You have to be responsible on both sides. The WWE is where they are because they do great business.
Right. So hold this kid responsible and accountable for being a fan. And like you, he should be sent away for a little while till he can rehabilitate his mind, come back, and prove that he's worthy of being in even an MMA gym again, or you can trust him on a fight night or at a weigh-in not to fucking glom his opponent. I think you just kind of argued against yourself there, Mark. Just saying.
Because they smarten everybody up. And when people go off script, they get fined. They get suspended. They get sent away. Until you know better, you can't be on our program. And I don't work for them.
Right. Right.
I just respect the business. So all of you fans out there that have these racist tendencies and
yeah, nobody condones that, but like it's just like a blanket thing to be like all you fans with the racialist tendencies. I don't know where the fuck that's coming from.
And all the vitriol for me, have at it. You can't hurt me. I'm bulletproof.
Yeah, well, I mean that's unfortunate if people are being racialist towards Mark Henry in his DMs or whatever, right? But yeah, I think the bigger picture is how he just sort of proved his own point against himself, or disproved his own point, rather. Anyways, debunked. Alex Jones debunked. So Maple Leaf Pro breaking, winner takes all. MLP Canadian Women's Champion Giselle Shaw takes on Priscilla Kelly. So again, she's just getting after it, getting out there. MLP putting on cool shows with cool production. And Giselle Shaw, a reigning champ there. AJ Mana was fired from his regular day job following the Raja Jackson incident. Now, I don't know if I agree with that entirely, that he should be fired from his normal day job, AJ Mana. Like, for sure from the academy, maybe if they saw, like, now, if the company he works for, his regular shoot day job, right? If they maybe went and saw more of the kick stream that's up there, and maybe they saw conduct that they were just like, fuck that, or like this maybe violates, I don't know. Again, I'm not deep diving into this guy's personal life, nor do I have interest to. I don't know if like, and maybe they just don't want controversy, or they're getting calls and shit as well. We don't know the full scope, but I mean, like, it's like Joey Ryan and shit, right? Which we'll get into in a bit. But he makes this video talking about like, oh, cancel culture and all this shit. It's like, bro, listen, people don't, like, you go work wherever the fuck you work. People don't want to see you in a wrestling ring, period. Like, anytime you try and pop up and do a wrestling show, people are going to just axe that. Your prime was years ago. There's like a bunch of stories. Everyone knows you're doing rehabilitation and shit, but people just don't want to see you in wrestling. Get the fuck out of here, you know? Now, does that mean he should be canceled from working at, like, I don't know, McDonald's, or fucking, he was at Disney and people can't, maybe, I don't know, maybe even that was too far. People going like, look, he's at Disney, you better fucking fire this guy. Maybe that was too far as well. I don't know. But like, I'm with you. People don't need to lose their jobs. But again, we don't know from their side of it. And sort of my same sentiments remain, or I'll repeat the same thing that I brought up during the Travis Heckle, who's a friend of mine, and the Jim Cornette Of course, the Castle, friendly with the show. My sentiments on that is, if your boss for any reason almost is like, don't do this or you're fired. And then, Travis chose to quit in that instance, but it's like people have the right to hire and fire who they want. That's just how things work in a free society. So I hope I did a good job of explaining that. And I don't want AJ Mana to like not be able to feed his kids and shit if he's, who knows? I don't know anything about him, but yeah, if it's like people going after his regular everyday job, I don't know if that's the move either. I would put more energy into like, hey man, this Raja dude, something needs to be done about that. He's still out there just walking around and his dad's making comedy bits out of the deletion threats he's getting. So how serious is it really? I don't know. But speaking of unserious, comedian Ian Fidance, he's pretty funny. He's a guy who you'll catch him on Kill Tony and stuff like that. And former WWE writer Dan St. Germain was on B and Ian with Jordan. Jordan wasn't there. And Ian Fidance is the Ian in B and Ian. And the episode started mid-conversation with Dan telling Vince McMahon stories, including a fucked up one involving Ashley Massaro. And there's more on the Patreon episode. So let's take a listen to this clip. And this is pretty fucking disturbing. And I'm not going to sit here and just say this guy's making it up for no fucking reason. This story seems, why would you even put yourself out there like this? And I was going to put this in the title as well, but people are just tired of seeing Vince McMahon sicko shit, And also, I was worried this clip was going to get deleted, so I'm glad it's not. Shout out B and Ian with Jordan. And let's take a listen. And I guess viewer discretion advised, And people getting mad. Like, oh, how dare, like I've seen a couple tweets, like how dare Ian and shit laugh at this. Listen, when things make you uncomfortable, some people look down, some people look up, some people laugh, some people will bite their fucking fingernails, some people will, and just imagine you're comedians, you're gonna laugh your way out of it. Even me, you guys know when we talk about death on this show, I get weird about it and I start like bad joking, punning my way out of it because it makes me uncomfortable. It does, thinking about it. I don't know why, it just is. So don't blame these guys for they're doing a comedy podcast and this guy just starts hitting them with like this crazy fucking story, and you can't expect, does Ian Fidance even know Ashley Massaro's full story? Like, how does he know it's just not one of the wrestler girls was hooking up with Vince? It's not like this guy deep dives into her Wikipedia. So again, just, you can't get mad at people for like, it's better this guy shared this story than didn't, It's better that we know, like, okay, this guy just backed up the shit Paul London's been saying, because some people say Paul London's full of shit. And he just talks and whines too much. Well, this guy's sort of backing up the shit Paul London said 3 years ago or 4 years ago now. You guys get what I'm saying? So anyways, let's take a listen to the clip. I'm riffing and rabbling and babbling, and you guys don't want to hear me. Let's go.
There.
Yeah.
So, but I heard he admitted to beating somebody to death in his trailer park and throwing the body away, which he did that in his teens, which made sense because his rich dad didn't.
So he heard the story that Vince beat someone to death in his teens and hid the body or whatever.
Find him until he was 16.
Okay.
His dad did or whatever the fuck. And this dude's from Australia, this ginger beard guy, and he's fucking hilarious. I forget his name.
So he fucked a girl in front of everyone.
Who's
like,
everyone?
Is
that a Rasta?
No. Like, yes.
Teddy Long was there?
No. Well, the SmackDown bus. They were on a European trip, and Vince started fingering Ashley Massaro on the flight. And then Vince goes, when they got on the tarmac, all right, everyone get on the tarmac. They all went on the tarmac and watched as the fucking plane bounced back and forth, and Vince just fucked this girl in front of them. I mean, he's an absolute maniac.
How is this true?
See, it's so ridiculous. I saw a tweet like, Ian shouldn't be laughing. Bro, it's so ridiculous. What else do you do? It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
You can fuck so hard a plane can bounce.
Because he would probably want.
It was an Eddie Guerrero plan.
So,
yo, come on.
Anyway, a lot of crazy stuff.
That's a crazy risk.
Wow.
Even more crazy. I mean, there's stuff in there.
Is Rey Mysterio nice?
Nice guy. Nicest guy.
Okay, good.
Him and his son are very nice. Incredibly nice.
Shane O'Mac.
I did not meet him there. They all shit on him, but there's a
they all shit on him. That's super funny. The shitting on Shane part, and not on the women on the plane part. That's serious. Yeah. So I don't know, man. It's incredibly tragic, and it's incredibly tragic. How like what happened and how Ashley was victimized, and this just backs up what Paul London's been saying for years. And I know some people like to try and call him a whiny bitch too, but at the end of the day, I think it's better this stuff comes to light in any form or fashion, just being honest. Moving along here, speaking of AJ Mana, he tries to shift the blame. And let's just hear his angry rant. Here's the thing. Him spurging out like this and yelling, oh, that's not going to make his case any better. It just makes him seem like an unreasonable, unhinged guy who's like a drama queen, you know?
That's a receipt, bitch. That's all the fuck I told Roger to do. The only thing I told Roger to do was give him a fucking receipt because that's what the promoter wanted to do, to fucking be done.
This storyline, and then the shit gets out of hand, and you not
watch the video. Who told Roger to throw the punch? Watch the fucking video. Here. I'll give you a hint. You ready? And I quote: "Get in there and fuck that motherfucker up."
You run in and fuck that motherfucker up in the mat. You ready for that?
Yeah.
Did that come out of my mouth? No, came out of the promoter's mouth. Fuck you.
What promoter? So that Samoan guy who was all like oos, oos, oos. And we should have known, God damn it. We were not too astute that day. This is not to put the blame on anyone. And this is South Park, of course. But the guy who is all like, we're always working here, Oos. So that's like Rikishi's cousin or something for sure. And the promoter. So we know that Gangrel and Rikishi own the Fed. But this Samoan dude who we were like, he's pretty chill. Seems like he's keeping the peace. Turns out he's like in charge of the shit and not AJ Mana. So that's pretty fucked up.
Did that come out of my mouth? No, came out of the promoter's mouth. Fuck you.
So he just threw his guy under the bus. But being all like, fuck you and shit, it just seems real dismissive and defensive. And it's not going to get people on your side.
What, I'm supposed to kayfabe this shit to protect them? Fuck you.
That's what you said you were doing the night of, bud.
Just watching me burn. Y'all told me to shut up and not say nothing just so I can fucking get buried. Fuck y'all. No, I ain't shutting up about nothing. I'm telling the whole fucking truth. Like it or not. And if you don't like it, pull up, bitch. I ain't got nothing to lose.
Pull up. I ain't got nothing to lose. So what? You'll fucking murder me?
He's fat!
That's what I mean. You're not... So you condone murder. You know, you're not helping your case back.
Pull up, motherfucker.
The one point that I
just apologize, make an impassioned apology, and then fucking get a lawyer, dude, and just say, look, man, this shit is out of my hands. Pull up. I'll fucking murder you, dog. Pull up.
really want to overemphasize is that he knew beforehand that Raja was not a worker. He was not a worker. He knew that before.
I ain't got nothing to lose. Well, apparently you fucking had your day job to lose. I'm not trying to laugh at his misery. It's just him freaking out on the internet like that.
Right. But if you just look at the video, it looks like, oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry, I didn't know. But from somebody that was there, that's not the truth.
Hello. What is alcohol doing in the fucking locker room.
I bet $50 you drank some beers that night. What?
Why are we getting intoxicated before the fucking show? Every fucking...
Why is it on my tab? Why, when you check my debit card, it says liquor store? I don't know. These are mysteries we're all trying to figure out together. But I don't know. Pull up.
I don't know! Fucking show for 6 years. And tell me if I'm lying, motherfucker, because I did it with you. Yeah, that part. You want to bury me? You're all coming down with me. I'm that motherfucker.
I don't know if his or Mark Henry's reactions were warranted. I don't think either of those were on point. But either way, Brie Coda, a.k.a. Elena Black, FKA Cora Jade, says, I'm the first official TMZ campion. And they have a title there. And, of course, TMZ jumping on the wave. You go back in time 2 years, and what was your boy Philly Phil Marks telling you guys? Hey, man, there's like this new wave. Wrestling's getting popular again. We're going to do something different. No one's doing this type of shit. And, yeah, we got fucking TMZ. We got people coming out the woodwork. Ariel Helwani's basically like 50% pro wrestling now, right? It's heating up, man. We're getting the wave that MMA media got like 5 years ago or whatever. I'd say like 5 years ago. That's happening, dude. And I told you, motherfuckers, I'm trying to be on the forefront of that shit. So shout out TMZ in their show. I'm not going to give it hate, even though I roast TMZ relentlessly and just the nature of paparazzi. But some of those TMZ guys have built enough rapport where the celebs will go, I'll talk to them or give that guy a soundbite quick, and then we'll just keep it moving for everyone else, you know? So at least it's come somewhat of a way, but they are definitely the best depiction of paparazzi is the Britney Spears episode of South Park, without question. So Johnny Bottles posted this, friend of the show. He says, from Baby Dolls, Nicola Roberts. His Facebook sound familiar. And so here's her. Is this baby doll like Jim Cornette baby doll? And is that who this is? Nicola Roberts. She says he got punched 20 times and no visible marks, no black eyes, no broken nose. Wouldn't it be funny if this was a work? Are there any pictures of Stu after he got hit? Maybe this is why charges haven't been filed. This is my biggest problem, right? With all this shit. There's a fucking video, you guys.
Smash your knee to obliterate.
There's a video of it, and you see him coughing, choking, spitting blood up, head bouncing. Like, did none of you guys see this shit? When I was on vacation, and when I saw my Twitter, I was tagged in this shit, like a billion fucking tags. Phil, you gotta check this out. I check it out, and at first I'm like, oh, it'll just be like something so minuscule, like a pull apart will happen right away. And we'll have to debate whether it's a work or not. No, it's a fucking clear cut. He's KO'd on the slam. He eats like 20 unanswered blows. Horrific. When I saw it, I was horrified. Right. And I watch shitloads of MMA. I watch bare knuckle boxing. We started the show by talking about dirty box and everything. It's, you know, I'm okay with Pride where there's soccer kicking and head stomping and shit. I'm okay. Like, the rules are, if the ref is there and it's a good ref, we're okay, man. Holy shit. Did that make me sick to my stomach? For people to be like, did they check if there was any marks on him? Did you not? You're the marks. Marks. Whoa. Like, did you guys not see the blood he was spitting and coughing up? No, he's the greatest actor to ever live, and Raja slipped a blood capsule in his fucking mouth. He bit into a fucking condom with yak's blood in it. Like, what do you think happened? Jesus Christ. And so I posted this. Danger Pro Wrestling said that they're booking Raja Jackson, and I was like, nah, man. But then it turns out that there was like a fucking like here, this was posted here, like breaking: WWE revokes ID status for Danger Pro after they booked Raja Jackson. So this is like a bit that this guy was doing. Like, oh, we're going to book him, but nope, it's a fucking work and we're just using WWE ID. It's like a bit they're doing. And then I posted about this later. I'm like, dude. So I posted that at like, I figured out it was a work or whatever. Someone posted, I didn't even have to figure it out. Someone just posted it underneath. Whatever. But then 13 hours later, you had Dirt Sheets posting the thing. And then like an hour after that going, oh, it was a work and shit. It's like, just look at PWT. Just follow me on X and you'll know all this shit way before any of you guys catch on. You ain't paying attention. Okay. His Psycho Stu, Baby Doll questioned his injuries. We went over that. And we also spoke about Cora Jade briefly. And so here's what's going on with her. Elena Black, she said, she told TMZ's Inside the Ring that she's not retired. She said, I'm not retired. You haven't seen the last of me. Let's take a listen to this.
Have my first public signing appearance back is WrestleCade. I believe it's November 29th. I want to say it's the Saturday, I think. So that's like my first appearance again, and me kind of dipping my toes back into the little wrestling water.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's kind of towards the end of the year. That's kind of what I wanted.
And it's a bigger show, isn't it? Those WrestleCade shows. So again, she just doesn't want to do that like little boy shit. And she can totally get away with it. She can do her OF and then she can just book like bigger shows and then demand a little bit more money, probably. And that's actually probably better for her career, honestly. Like the less we see of you, like everyone just kind of stopped caring about Karrion Kross already. These WWE fans aren't going to start watching GCW for Karrion Kross, unfortunately,
To give myself and see. So I guess I'm kind of just seeing how I feel like the next few months and feeling it out, because I feel so much better even just after this like month of just time and therapy and healing and not looking at anything looking at anything wrestling related. It has genuinely helped me so much in just a month. So I can only imagine how much better I'm going to feel in 3 more months. I would love to be wrestling again by, the end of the year, the beginning of next year, but time will tell. I'm not holding myself to that. And I don't want anyone to hold me to that, but just know I'm not retired. You haven't seen the last of me, even if you thought and wanted to. You didn't.
Right. And you got the whole
Yeah, shout out Cora Jade. And then she also had this to say. She says that she agrees with Undertaker's disappointment over wrestlers filming TikToks backstage. She says, I don't want to butcher exactly what he said, but something along the lines of, he goes backstage at NXT and everyone is sitting around making TikToks and doing stuff on their phone instead of watching and learning from the matches. And I'm like, this is what I've been saying for 3 years. When I saw him say that, I just felt so validated because I was like, thank you. Somebody else sees what I and my friends and everyone were just seeing. It broke our hearts because we were all wrestling fans. It got to the point where it's not my hill to die on anymore. It's not my thing to care about anymore. Well, that's everywhere. She was talking about going to fucking AEW. You think Triple Cup is gonna, give a shit if you guys are running amok? Oh, man. Fuck around Triple Cup. So, Triple Cup Tony Khan, those who know. Become a member, 99 cents. Get access to bonus shows on Mondays. Well worth it. So Gail Kim responded to this as well, and she says, we used to watch the monitor backstage at every live event and at TV. It's respectful to the other talent. You were learning as well. That was consistently 4 days a week. If you're wrestling, you would want others to watch or learn from you and receive feedback to your match. Right on. So a seasoned vet there, just letting us know, laying down the law. We have a couple more. So here's the Hollywood Haley J, and she's cutting a promo. She's the new ROW women's champion. So Booker T pushing her. And she's like putting her power slap KO abilities over because she got a big nasty win via KO and power slap.
So everybody's mad, huh? Y'all mad that I came out here and did exactly what I said.
And this is the second one. We saw another one of those power slap chicks in her wrestling gear, slapping a dummy. Yeah. And we also see the Tonga twins, if you follow them on social media, talking about like, hey, I'll move to her division and I'll slap the shit out of her if she wants, like power slap and shit. So they preyed on pro wrestlers, and it's going to fucking pay off for Power Slap a little bit. It's going to bring eyeballs, not like astronomical, but it's going to bring, I think it will. I think it will tap into that indie wrestling sicko mud show fan base. So like the niche of the niche even. So there's people who like indies who aren't necessarily sickos and wackos, but I think it'll tap into it. And I told you guys this. I was worrying about this before anyone talked about it, before even Dana was talking about it, Dana White, but now he's vocal with it. And we just know that he's going to prey on these sons of bitches. We're going to see Braun Strowman power slap in a fucking ox.
I was gonna do. Y'all mad that there's a new Raw Women's Champion? Huh. Well, I'm mad too. I'm mad I'm not signed yet. I'm mad that I had to take a risk and give up everything that I had. Top spot at a top TV promotion.
What?
My house.
What?
My time with my son.
What?
I literally dropped everything I had and drove 16 hours out here to H-Town just to start all the way at the bottom, all the way over, and prove myself again and again, putting in the work, helping people along the way, all while still traveling and still entertaining those across the world. All for a bunch of people who don't appreciate me. I don't got no friends here, no family, nobody putting a battery in my back. And y'all mad? Y'all mad I got me a dub? I'm sick of this. I'm done proving myself to y'all. This win, that was for me. This is personal. And this title, it ain't going nowhere. Because you might be mad, but none of y'all bad enough to come and take it from me.
Cash me outside. How about that?
So be mad, stay mad. It really doesn't matter. Because I ain't going anywhere until it's my banner that's hanging up on that wall. And it's my name y'all remember. Because I'm Hollywood Haley J, and I don't play.
She can cut good promos. So we covered it here on the show like 2 fucking years ago or something when that Wrestlers OVW show came out, and she was a standout in that Netflix show. And I actually recently talked to Jack Vaughn about that show. And he was also in WWE Unreal in the background. I talked to him about that as well. I did an interview with him and a hangout. We played some games. Make sure you guys check that out. But Hollywood like ditched out on her fucking NXT tryout or whatever. She ditched out. Like they had her scouted. She was going to go do a tryout match or whatever, and was pretty much like a shoe-in by all rumors and innuendo. I'm not a dirt sheet, so whatever. You don't have to believe me. Tell me fuck myself. But she was like a shoe-in pretty much, but just like ditched out, and like she no-showed it or something like that. And if you watch the Netflix doc of wrestlers, you see she's like just smoking blunts out back and shit. And they're like, we keep telling you, quit smoking blunts out here. And it's I don't know. She's doing well for herself, though, outside of WWE. But I mean, she can clearly cut a promo. She's clearly got something. It's a damn shame she get in her own way, you know? So Real American Freestyle, man, tickets distributed 3,136. They set up for 3,777. And this is a while ago. This is August 28th. So 2 days. And then that updates from a week ago, about a week ago. So it's probably sold out for what they set up. Of course, Dave Meltzer won't go. It was a sellout. He'll go, of course, the building. Brian, actually, it was empty. But it's funny because he talked all this shit about, well, Bischoff, start a promotion and outdraw AEW if you think you're better. You have a chance to do that. Conan, if you think you're better and you know more than me, then hey, with AAA, outdraw AEW then. And Dave talked all that shit. And he was talking all that shit. And we even broke it down. And I even said, listen, Bischoff, it's not fair the way he's treating Bischoff right now, even though, okay, we'll take it. Bischoff ain't complaining. And like, we'll take you up on this challenge, Dave, because I bet it's going to backfire. Whenever you talk shit, it always does. And boom, it backfired. And it's unfair because it's amateur wrestling, but boom, it drew your typical fucking Dynamite right here, dude. In 2025, a Dynamite doesn't sell 3,700 tickets or 3,500 tickets regularly. So let's see if they can keep this up. But it's fucking hilarious. So we have Dave Meltzer calling out Bischoff, and we have this stupid idiot talking shit about fantasy mark booking, Conan being fucking fired and shit, just for it to backfire in his stupid ass face. And you have an RAF show, or RFA, whatever the fuck, out drawing a standard Dynamite, okay? And then you have AAA doing like 100 times, you know? What's the number comparison to like Ring of Honor or CMLL on YouTube compared to what AAA did? It's astronomical. So it's just so funny how Dave talked this shit, and this is what I mean about him hurting AEW worse, more than he helps it, because he just says shit like this, it backfires, he puts his foot in his mouth, and then he has to backpedal it or just not acknowledge it, and then he condescends and projects harder and harder and harder, which is just further proof of the spiral, the more he projects and condescends. So speaking of CMLL, they teamed up with Pokemon, and they announced a crossover show at Arena Mexico on September 25th to promote Pokemon Legends Z to A. Are y'all watching Peacemaker? Tim Meadows, dude, he comes in and fuck, man, his character's so funny. And there's this one part where he's like, I don't know, he's talking to Economos, and he's like, something about Pokemon or whatever. And she's like, Pokemon. So, I don't know. That whole fucking scene, man, in that van, that shit is hilarious. You guys gotta check that out. But apparently this show just sold gangbusters. Like, they had to open up more seats, and then they sold out right away, and it's like sold out to the tits. It's CML's trending as we speak. So yeah, this is in a month. CMLL and Pokemon are doing this fucking hookup show, this cross show. Speaking of RAF, here's Eric Bischoff with Kurt Angle, who's in the house doing commentary, I believe, and amazing. Hopefully they honor Hulk Hogan. I don't know when this starts. I would love to check it out. I'm sure we'll see highlights on the Twitter feed and all that. Speaking of Lucha Libre, there are Lucha-inspired Air Jordan 3 El Vuelos. They're set to be released in Mexico on the 6th of September, and then globally on the 20th. So if you guys are sneakerheads, those are pretty clean. Not going to lie. I like those. I like the simple Jordans, you know? And then here is Allie, the bunny. She posted on Instagram a video of her stepping back in a ring for the first time in almost 2 years with the caption. So she's dealt with anxiety and stuff like that. And then once she was, I think her contract expired with AEW and she wasn't renewed, she just stepped away from wrestling for a while. I think she made like one appearance or something, but she's getting back in the swing of things.
Good morning, friends. I just had my morning coffee and got dressed and ready. I'm about to go get in the ring. I'm so excited, but also so nervous, but so excited.
I'm so excited.
I'm excited. Haven't hit a rope.
And I just can't hide
in
it.
almost 2 years. Very excited, but nervous. So I'm going to go do that right now. I had 2 cups of coffee, feeling caffeinated.
2 cups? 2 cups with that double cup.
Really sleep very much. I think I had like 5 hours. So I was just like excited. So let's go get in the ring.
Don't wanna live. Okay, it luckily muted the fucking music for me, if that's what it's doing.
Yo, that hurts. That hurts. But it feels so good. Oh my god. I hit the rope.
Do the music. 2 cups, 2 cups of codeine. Man, I wish it would.
My back hurts so much. Oh my god, that was so painful. Okay, this is a weird angle, but I hit the ropes. I did some rolls. I gotta take some bumps. I haven't bumped yet, but this is so fun. I'm so happy. I love it.
My ruby wrist twists when I would wheel twist. Oh, man. Shout out Riff Raff, by the way. Yeah, so doing kip up. She's ready to go. Okay, you guys get the picture. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news. Where is it? Ladies and gentlemen, miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So Wrestling Russ for 10 says, Phil, I ain't been on live chats much because of timing and my job. Well, dude, I appreciate you anyways, and thank you so much for fucking supporting the show. Just wanted to say hello to you, bro. Hello to you, Russ. Still love his community. Fuck yeah, dude. The Goatist community. I just want to hear a flute just one time. Peace and love. Okay, well, since it's time permitted and you are supporting, I will give you a fucking flute. How about that? Appreciate you, Wrestling Russ. And then Sassy Gal 8724 gifted 5 Pro Wrestle Clips membership. DeMarco, I hope our biggest detractors or our biggest my biggest viewers, listeners who don't have those got those. Thank you so much for the support. Round of applause, or acknowledgement rather, for the PWT universe. Guys, consider becoming a member. It's only 99 cents. You get access to bonus shows. I do one every week, every Monday. Or consider super chatting in or hitting like or joining Patreon. Your support fuels the goddamn show. And so I appreciate that so much. Thank you guys for that. Thanks, bud. Yeah, no problem. Thank you, man. Thank you. Everybody likes to hear a fucking a flute, you know? Okay, so Ricky, Mikey, what up? Yeah, welcome everybody joining chat. There's like over 250 watching, 255. It's climbing and stuff. If you're on X, come on over to YouTube, run the likes up. Let's try and get to 100. Otherwise, I got Jericho back here. He's eager to jump in. And it just helps the algorithm and all that shit. That's the free way you can support. If you guys want to do that, show me a bunch of likes. Appreciate you guys. So we got a little bit of TNA news. Let's fucking get into some TNA news. I'm getting saucy. I'm sipping something super saucy tonight, right? And slow your whole time down. Triple cup. And we just got a little bit of everything tonight, pretty much. Just like a Paul Walter Hauser buffet. A smorgasbord, if you will. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's a little banjo from TNA news. So, next Tuesday at WWE Speed Match first round, we have SmackDown's Candice LeRae versus Xia Brookside from TNA. So, good to see Xia Brookside getting some NXT reps in. She's a young prospect, and it's good to see. I think her future is pretty bright. Speaking of TNA, Ash by Elegance was on this TMZ show and inside the ring for her first interview since her NXT Heatwave win. And Mojo Rawley's just fucking, because he like represents some of the boys. I don't know if y'all know that, but he like represents some of the boys anyways, right? And so he for surely is connecting TMZ. He was the only guy covering wrestling at all there. So anyways, let's listen to this clip of Ash by Elegance, who won the TNA Women's World Title, and goddamn does she deserve that shit.
And I have to put it out there too. We got the TMZ Championship right here. So if you want to add third
LA,
or fourth there.
Can you I have your email, so just text me your address real quick.
Okay.
You might get
I'll text you my work
surprise.
address. I don't want to be caught off guard while I'm sleeping or anything, because I actually do
I
sleep
had
with
to do
this.
that when I defended my title.
You had to have it by your side at all times. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I'll have to think about that. Again, I don't have a ring right now, but if we do get a ring here at TMZ, but for now,
It doesn't need to be in the ring.
it could just be the concrete here.
I'm
Sound
fine
good?
with that.
Okay, Miguel.
You have a
hear
table,
that.
right? You're on a table?
This
You have a
table
right
is
there?
very thick, so for you to get me through this would be very difficult. But you could try.
Okay, I'll try.
All right.
It might hurt. I can still pin you 1, 2, 3.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm currently gonna have to get to the gym today to start training for this.
Hell yeah. That was just like a free promo for their show. I don't even really get the point of that. They were just like flirting. Now, Cedric Alexander says that, and he's a current TNA superstar, wrestler, whatever. He says that 205 live tapings were moved from before SmackDown to after because it affected how crowds reacted to SmackDown. And he says that there was maybe a month or so, a few weeks, where they filmed 205 before SmackDown. The issue with that, though, is the crowds were dead by the time SmackDown started, legit. I think the last time they did it, that was me and Drew Gulak for the Cruiserweight Championship on 205 Live, and we killed it. It was great, but I remember at the time Vince McMahon was like, we can't keep doing that, pal, because by the time SmackDown starts, the crowd's not reacting how they should for Randy Orton's opening promo or whatever the case was, so they'd X that and moved us back to after SmackDown. Me, Matthews, Mustafa were killing it before SmackDown, and they were like, all right, time to cut that out, boys. You're killing Randy's promo time. Yeah, it should have just been on its own night. 205 Live versus AEW. Now 205 Live is just called AEW Dynamite. So Kurt Angle says he knows WWE will eventually buy TNA's video library and will be excited for fans to watch his TNA work for the first time. And he says, I never thought in a million years WWE would ever partner up with TNA. And the thing is, the reason why I love it is because I know eventually WWE is going to buy the TNA library, and WWE will then own all the Kurt Angle footage from TNA. WWE fans are going to be able to have access to it. I'll tell you right now, I had a much better career in TNA than I did in WWE, and I was there a lot longer too. Most of my career was in TNA, and a lot of WWE fans didn't see me. Now I have the opportunity for the fans to see me compete and perform in TNA. And that was on Mic Check with Mr. Anderson. Yeah, I'm curious to see if they like launch their own TNA channel, or if they, on their main channel, they go, yo, check out Kurt Angle versus whatever. But yeah, I would just love for WWE to have access to it, because as much as people like cry, oh, the network, we had every single Raw, every single SmackDown, every single Saturday morning slam, every single, what was that show called? Jacked or whatever the fuck. Every single one ever was there. And it's like, okay, that doesn't make sense. You know, like I know some people or like, actually, I was watching every Raw in order. Okay, you can just look it up on Google. I guarantee you can Google whatever you're looking for. You know, you don't need to watch every Raw in order, but I want to. I get that. But that's like a luxury. That's like a privileged thing that you're crying about, you know? It doesn't make sense to have like random fucking... Oh, there used to be every single fucking cruiserweight tag team match from WCW or whatever. Like, I'm sorry, 3 count matches. That's on the WCW YouTube now. You know, I'm sorry. It's not all on Netflix. Like, fucking cry about it. You know, it doesn't make sense for them to overload your favorite streaming service with all this shit that's getting 1 click a month. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not worth... You don't want that. It makes your app run shittier, too. But people just don't think about that. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that was TNA news. Hey, let's run a banjo for that one. So what are we doing next, guys? AEW news or WWE news? What do you guys want? What do you guys want? Tell me. And I will throw it up. And I'll check in with chat here. 626 has been a member for 5 months. I'm wilding off that PWT lore and a triple cup. Yeah, so again, in the lore section on the Discord, thank you 626 for your membership. I appreciate that, guys. Consider becoming a member like 626. Yeah, in the lore section, if I come in there to correct or fix anything, that will be the ultimate... the stamp, you know, the final stamp. Like, you guys can feel free to put shit in there, but if I go in there and say, well, this actually means this, like, I might go in there and do some adjusting, but I'm curious to see what you guys are throwing in there. Not gonna lie. We could shit on both. Don't be a member like 626, be a member like yourself. I remember. I only watch the old pay-per-views. Yeah, that's cool. I was watching Invasion on Netflix. WWE now. It seems like it's more WWE, unless Phil wants to call out TK. We can do some WWE news. It looks like more people want to hear some WWE stuff, and yeah, I'm totally down with that. And if you're not down with that, then we got 2 words for you. Right? Okay, let me chug down some of this drink. I'm drinking some vodka drink. Okay? In Minecraft. Oh yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hit Husey too. We almost had him, but there's like a storm in Ireland. We almost had him today, man, but his internet's just shite. So I'll be linking up with him soon. I'll be linking up with I have some cool guests lined up, man. Some really fucking cool ones. And it's gonna be awesome. And I'm cranking out more PWT pods more frequently. And yeah, I got some cool guests lined up. And yeah, I just can't wait. It's gonna be fun. So make sure you guys stay locked into PWT. And I think I've been fucking flowing with the last few interviews as far as like just having fun and making it like a just unlike any other interview, really, you know, not digging for dirt, not trying to fucking play myself, but just I don't know. Shit I'm genuinely interested in. Me and Jack Vaughn talked about Billy Corgan conspiracy theories, for fuck's sakes, you know? We talked about fucking aliens not being real and shit. I think that's awesome. So I got some other cool guests coming on. And yeah, it's going to be fun. So stay locked into PWT. Anyways, let's get into WWE news, ladies and gentlemen. So here's the card for Clash en Paris. And so did you guys watch SmackDown last night? Yeah, I'm sure you did. It was pretty awesome. Sami Zayn won the fucking US title. We'll talk about it a little more. That was awesome. It was a solid match. Now you're seeing all these fucking solo crybabies come out of nowhere, out of the woodwork. And it's like, where were you guys? Everyone was hating on fucking Solo. Just fickle WWE fans. Sammy winning that belt is awesome. En Paris is like, whatever. He's a Canadian winning the US title in Europe. Seems fair enough. Even though like European French, they throw their noses in the air at French Canadian, and French Canadian throws their noses in the air at English speaking folk. Right. So it's quite the dynamic there, but nonetheless, he got a huge pop. And Logan Paul was out there spitting en français, dude. He was crushing. He needs to work on his accents a little bit, right? But he was doing well. John Cena cooked. He cookie monstered in that fucking opening segment. He apologized to the fucking kid from Brussels or whatever. That was so good. What else happened on this show? It was just a really good SmackDown. The crowd was hot the whole fucking way through. You had Busty, a robust, a voluptuous Bo Dallas, Uncle Howdy running around talking to people like out of his gimmick mask and all that shit. You know, tempting the tag division and teasing a bit of a fucking split between the Street Profits, which everyone wants. I don't know why they stick B-Fab. Like, she's doing good shit in a tag team with Mitch, and then they just stick B-Fab with Street Profits to get fucking figure it out over there, man. She'd be better with like Miz and Carmelo almost. I'm not even joking. Than the Street Profits. They just don't need her there. It just comes across weird. It just comes across unnatural, you know? But either way, SmackDown was, and that's not a shitting on B-Fab. That's the booking. I like B-Fab. You guys know that. But across the board, solid show. I'm sure I'm missing some other cool shit that happened that I'm just not thinking of. But Jade, okay, I'll say this. Jade Cargill was really fucking cheesy for whatever reason. She's been stepping it up, but this time she's just so menacing. She shouldn't be like a tweener or a good guy, or like I should be full-blown booing this chick. Full-blown booing her. You know, like she should be fucking just, she should have a group of baddies. They should just steal that shit like what she was doing in AEW, because Tony fumbled that and he steals WWE shit all the time. But she had the baddies and then she was like the final boss. That's how they need to present her again. You know, she needs minions to run around and like talk shit for her that Tiffany can punch in the face and stuff like that. But I think they're trying to turn Tiffy more heel again, more heelish, even though the crowd loves her. So I don't really know. But either way, Clash in Paris, man. We got the 4-way for the world title. Early predictions. I am, of course, going to be live tomorrow, an hour before Clash in Paris starts, ladies and gents. I will be live here on the PWT, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. So make sure you guys are here to watch with me. It will be a fun time. It'll be magnifique. And yeah, we have the 4-way world title match. I think Seth, just early prediction, I think he's going to creep away with it. Sheamus, Rusev. I could see them brawling to like a DQ, no finish. But if someone does get the finish, I think it'll be Rusev on this one. Clash in Paris. Of course, because that's the name of the entire event. But I'm just thinking to myself here, Cena versus Logan Paul. I could see him putting over Paul. I could see Cena putting Paul over in this match. Becky versus Nikki for the Intercontinental title. Becky will get this W. And then Roman versus Reed. I think Roman gets the win and he takes the Shula Fala back. Now, I don't like that because Seth's faction is a fucking joke. And Roman needs to be putting everyone that he can over, because he's not going to be around much longer. However, with all the appearances he's doing, maybe he's going to be longer than we all think. Or he's going to make more appearances than we think in the next 2 years. He's not going to be as part-time as we think, you know? And so I think Roman wins and gets the Shula Fala back, and then maybe he gets the win, but then like Breaker runs out, and then Bronson hits the tsunami, and then they like stand above Roman, and the crowd's booing and shit. But again, if Seth's going to win, which I feel like he's going to, then I just see, then that's like an all-heel night I'm booking other than Roman Reigns. So maybe Reigns and Cena, I'll say early predictions, get the win. Reigns and Cena. So those are my picks. I'm really looking forward to the show, and I love the fucking graphics, like the fight card graphics or whatever. So I'll be on an hour before it starts. Okay, so that's like 11 a.m. my time, I believe. And that'll be to run through news and all that kind of shit. And anything last minute, watch the pre-show with you guys, preview the card, give my last minute picks. Maybe we'll do a picks against Phil or something like that. Maybe we can do a gift card again or something, like a gift card giveaway or some shit. Or like if you beat me, random name pick gift card. Maybe we could do that. I don't know, chat. I'll let you know tomorrow. But either way, you want to be tuned in. And if you're on X, come on over to YouTube, subscribe, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Speaking of Roman Reigns, the tribal chief, he talks about his belief in God. And this is the message he wanted to get out there. So I felt implored to put this out there myself. He's got his little punch pad there. These Fanatics pods, god damn, are they like touchy with striking your shit? Chill out, guys. Like, we're putting your shit out there. We're covering it too. Like, you guys are doing this old sort of dated podcast format, and you already ruined the Undertaker show. So Stephanie's show is good because we like Stephanie and we like her access to the wrestlers, but you guys have 4 shows where people have access to the wrestlers. So this isn't like some mind-blowing fucking podcast here. Okay, guys, chill out. Let people like me share at least the pod. Okay, not the fucking Raw and the SmackDown. Okay, we already deal with that. Let us show these pods, or you're going to fucking fall behind. Trust me. Here we go.
It's everything. We've talked about a lot of main things, but nothing's possible without God, and whether you're Christian, Muslim, whoever your God is, if you believe in Jesus Christ as the Son of God, I think at the end of the day, it's important that we have like a true North Star, a belief in something bigger, because I think that's just, I don't know, I think there's just human, we're just wired that way.
He's trying to say humans serve a greater purpose, which is why we should be kind to each other and, and build good communities and things like that, right? It's what he's trying to say. That was sort of the overarching message in Fantastic Four. I like that message,
Need something that's bigger than us, something, you know what I mean, that we're working towards, I believe. And then it also brings in community. So yeah, I think it's everything. I think any successful family or person understands that God is making all this happen. So whether you're religious or not, I think it's important to believe in a higher power. And I specifically believe in God. I believe, Jesus Christ is the Son of God. He died for our sins. I was born and raised Catholic. I'm not as practicing as I'd like to be,
And I'm here to announce I'm starring in Mel Gibson's The Passion of the Christ 2 and 3. Oh my God, wouldn't that be an epic fucking announcement? So LA Knight, yeah. And shout out Roman and shout out the fucking message he's preaching. I know it's not for everybody, but he felt compelled to get it out there. And I mean, that was the compelling stuff. I feel like from that Stephanie's interview was that and the thigh slapping, which we're going to get into. LA Knight has just finished streaming Rocket League. He won a Grand Champ tournament. He's looking to go professional in esports Rocket League. Thoughts? I think that's fucking super gangster. And he should go pro, dude. That's awesome. Yeah. A lot of these wrestlers be gaming, and that's better than like doing coke and marking out over your own shit and having a heart attack when you're 40. Just throwing it out there. I'd rather they game and like teach or preach like things like what Roman was preaching and like eating healthy and shit like that. You know what I mean? Honestly. But Roman Reigns, we talked about it. He's cooking wrestlers for slapping thighs, dude. And we know who he's calling out.
A little easy.
See all you weird workers slapping your leg.
Yeah, that's what
you're
happened.
doing.
That's what happened.
Undertaker's just
See,
pissed
I know,
off
and I
about
was
this.
always like,
And
what with the
are
slap?
you?
Yes.
They're just
Yeah.
slapping. Yeah.
Just clap, kick, like
Learn how to work.
Terrible. Terrible, right?
Just slapping. Slap, slapperoo. Man, it's hilarious how they're just burying like the Usos pretty much. But as Jack Vaughn and I spoke about, it's like interesting to see where people slap. Jack Vaughn told me during the pod that we did together that he saw somebody slap on a spear recently on an indie. Thigh slap during a spear. The Usos try and hide them. So there's certain ways, like some people can clap their one hand really well. Some people slap their belly or their chest, or they clap. The people who just clap like up in the air, Ray Phoenix used to do that. He just fucking two-hand clap in the air. Jeff Hardy's guilty of that too. He'll just clap on his fucking drop kicks like super egregiously. And it's just sort of become a part of wrestling, I guess. But yeah, it's funny because the Usos are pretty bad for thigh slapping and chest slapping,
Work.
Terrible. Terrible, right? Setting the
But we know who they're fucking
Best guys,
Tony
Khan. Example, one
Right?
show.
Yeah.
It's one show.
Just drive-bys, slapping the thigh in the face.
In the kitchen.
See, that's Roman making fun of himself because he would do it too. When he do the drive-by, double slap, double thigh slap.
Innocent children. Did you watch Triple Mania?
Did you watch Triple Mania? So here's John Cena. He shares a story of the WWE roster fighting over Banoffee pie whilst touring in the UK, comparing WWE catering to a Black Friday sale.
I have just
But is it Cracker Barrel?
opened myself up to like discovering life through food. My wife has been instrumental in that, but gosh, these past 6 years we've been together, food has been a conduit for some incredible moments. And along the way, I've had a chance to have some incredible meals. Let's rewind a bit to me being on the road with WWE from about 2004 to let's say 2015. We were on the road a lot. We would do these overseas tours in the United Kingdom and Europe. The last day was usually TV in London, and the London catering group made banoffee pie. Now I had forever.
Is it banoffee pie?
Looked at.
I think I called it banoffee. It's like bannock bud.
At British food as very stale and very lifeless, but it was only because I didn't seek out good British food. So that one's on me. But I had an idea of what British food would be like.
What do you be, dude? Cold beans at a fucking English muffin? You've had that before.
Workers and compatriots essentially took the same path.
A fucking slice of tomato with salt on it?
And we all knew that at the end of day 20, this gem awaited us.
English food is just a bunch of shit that belongs on a sandwich, all separated into different portions, sections of the meal.
Catering would make these big vats of banoffee pie with this on the top, and then the cream, and then the bananas, and then the caramel, and then the crust on the bottom. It was like a Black Friday TV sale. People would get in and like go in with their hands, but this was like gold. You could use it as currency. I got an extra slice of banoffee. You know, what do you give me for it?
Netflix sports. Pat McAfee is set to play the role of a U.S. Marine drill instructor in the Mosquito Bowl, which is directed by Peter Berg and now in production. Following the attack on Pearl Harbor, 4 of America's top college football stars set their fame aside to enlist in the Marines as they prepare for the brutal invasion of Okinawa. They'll play in a legendary game featuring some of the greatest players in history, a game that for many will be the last they ever play. Based on a true story, and there's McAfee there starring in this movie. So again, I need time off. The grind is whatever. He's starring in movies and shit. So Cody Rhodes and Brandy Rhodes, they had another child. Congratulations to them. Round of applause for them and their beautiful, beautiful family. And they kept it secret, Ella Runnels, and they had another daughter, and they kept it secret. Some people were like, oh, she didn't look pregnant. How did they fucking hide it? And blah, blah, blah. And even my wife was like, oh, she didn't look pregnant before, whatever. Yeah, guys, it's just social media. Like, she filmed and shot shit before, and it came out months later. And sometimes things that get recorded 3 months ago don't come out till 3 months later. That's how fucking movie biz works. That's how YouTube can work sometimes, you know? That's how fucking at every level of entertainment, man. It's a bunch of waiting around and shit. But yeah, they just kept it low pro, and people are like, she had a surrogate and stuff. Who even cares if she did? And I don't give a fuck, you know? Because she is older, right? But let's not take this fucking like moment away from her or whatever the fuck. She had a kid. It doesn't matter. Like, chill. None of your goddamn business. I guess it's cool to talk about a little bit, or maybe it could be encouraging. Like, see, ladies, you could get a surrogate. But people are like, oh, well, she's like 40 or whatever, so she got a surrogate and shit. It's like, well, let's just hope for the best, you know? Just hope the baby's healthy and shit, man. Why we got to do all the rest of that stuff? So Carmella addresses, speaking of motherhood, potentially returning to WWE. She says, so I don't right now have any plans to return to WWE. I'm in my mom era, and I love it. What did I tell you guys? What did I tell you guys? What do I always tell you guys? Women, they get the baby fever. And not only do they get the baby fever, but when they become mothers, the good ones, the ones who are meant to be moms, it completely changes them. And I firmly believe most women want to have a fucking baby and like raise kids and shit. And like, oh my God, this is my family and shit. It brings them such great joy. And so she's like, never in a million years did I think I would enjoy being at home and being a mom more than working and hustling. But I feel like I did that for so long. The grind in WWE is so hard. It's like we don't have an off season. You're on the road 52 weeks a year. For the first time in my life, I'm enjoying just a slower pace of life. I'm really enjoying it, and I think eventually I would love to go back to WWE at some point, so never say never. And that was on It Girl. There you go. So here's the kid, man. It's me, John Cena, and he got apologized to, and he was like, it's okay, I love you. So it's the Brussels kid. You know, and he got apologized to from John Cena, which I thought was cool. Stephanie McMahon encourages fans to use a VPN while mentioning WWE on Netflix.
You what?
So to them, here's the thing, right? So once you get on Netflix, legit, yes, she'll encourage you to get a VPN. Because it's not about, she doesn't care if Netflix gets more subs. She's like, we need the most streaming minutes viewed possible. We need this thing being streamed for hours and hours and 24/7 on end. Stream it, just throw it on, leave it in the background. That's what they want. They just want the fucking eyeballs, because that's what Netflix looks at. And then they can use that to negotiate other deals. So she doesn't give a fuck if you're subscribed to Netflix or not. She doesn't care if it's password sharing. She doesn't care if it's using a VPN for Canadian Netflix, which I encourage you all to do too. If the company's going to fucking say it, I encourage you all to do it too. Not that I'm a shill or anything, but it's like I wouldn't advocate that even for AEW. And until they say to do it, I ain't going to advocate for it. But yeah, VPN, she said it. So do it, man. And yeah, the eyeballs is all they're looking at. The minutes streamed, the hours watched and shit. Are you in the top 10? That's all they give a fuck about once you're on Netflix. That's all they look at. They're not looking, even like the key demo. It's like, man, they have multiple demos that they're looking at. And realistically, what Netflix is trying to do, guys, I'm going to tell you this right now. They're trying to just market shit to 10-year-olds. I'm pretty sure the average age of someone who watches Netflix is like 10 or something like that. So it's just all about fucking like staying on the streamer and just watching shit on the streamer. And then especially for WWE, they just want their minutes ran up, you know? So anti-union, this is the wrong section here. I got to put this into AEW news. Shout out Alfred Konowa, who will be back on the show very soon himself as well here at PWT. That goes in AEW news for a little bit later. A good little pro wrestling bit there. I had some dumb fuck like, oh, your name's Pro Wrestling or Pro Wrestle Times. That's grammatically incorrect. And it's like, yeah, because it's the title of something. Dumb fuck. Hey, Alexis on Fire. You're supposed to put a space in your name. Grammatically. You fucking redax. Stupid idiot. Wrestle can also be a noun. Anyways, it's fucking idiots trying to argue to me fucking grammar. Okay. Drew McIntyre on Vince McMahon's birthday, Brock Lesnar, and advice for Karrion Kross after his WWE release. So this TikToker just ran up on him, or I don't even know if he's a TikToker or what qualifies you to be a TikToker, but this guy just ran up on him and interviewed him TMZ style.
I want to answer. I saw the photo. How was the Vince party? No,
How was the Vince party? Not like a Diddy one. That's what I would have said.
No, that's all right. Sorry. But right now with the Cody, you know, obviously you got the Cody match and stuff. Who else have you wrestled that you really want to go against? Has there been one guy you really want your dream match?
Yeah, wrestling. It's supposed to be called Wrestling Mania, guys, not WrestleMania. How dare they? The fucking redax on Twitter.
Younger generation, let's go with Ron Breaker. We've never had a singles match.
Do you think Brock is here to stay?
I don't know. I know I haven't seen it. When it happens, it's going to be a big one. I know he wants to get even with Drew McIntyre since I beat him for my first world title WrestleMania. What's up, all right? So, who knows? Maybe we're chasing down Drew McIntyre next. Then I welcome the Beast when I'm champion if he wants to challenge me for the title.
WWE just lost. Well, one of the superstars was just released. Him and his girl were just released. WWE superstars released. I just want to know, how does it feel for you when you see a guy released? Is it hard for you to kind of see that, like a friend, a colleague?
I've not seen exactly who it is.
Well, that's not news. It was happened 2 weeks ago. What's his name? Karen Cross. Sorry, Karen
Cross. Yeah, I mean, I know Cross well. Very talented. And so is Scarlett. And no matter what they do, they're going to land on their feet. I don't have to give them advice. They know exactly what they're doing. For everybody else, it's just you got to keep putting the work in. You got to think and separate you from everybody else. As long as you're working your ass off, leaving no stone unturned and being accountable to yourself.
I hear you.
Accountable to the person in the mirror. Don't worry about social, but use social.
Well, listen, I
take everybody on your particular journey. That's what I did.
I hear you. Well, listen, it's good seeing you. Thanks for always being cool. Seriously, buddy. I appreciate it. Thank you, Legend. Thank you.
Yeah, dude, you guys see the casting of fucking Highlander going on or what? Wonder who else is going to be in that. Batista, right? Is the last one. Cavill. Wonder who else is going to be in that one. LA Knight out here hooping with fans in Paris. Ball so hard, motherfuckers want to find me. What she order? Fish fillet. Ball so hard, that shit crazy. So I bookmarked this. El Grande Americano is taking on El Fiscal. And this guy looks fucking sweet, dude. He looks like the Black Power Ranger. So he looks like the Black Ranger if he got the power of the Green Ranger. You guys remember that episode where the Red Ranger gets like the Green Ranger power and he gets like the shield and the dagger and all that shit, like the golden shield on his gear and all that. It looks like if the Black Ranger did that. So deep cut Power Ranger lore there. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWF news, ladies and gentlemen. Taking it way back. Taking it way back. Yeah, Uncle E, man, posting some shit. He's got a pretty decent turnout. I mean, that building looks empty as fuck, but the new RAF lightweight champion. Here, I'll put this all in miscellaneous for another day, but shout them out doing their show. So, yeah, let me check in with chat and then let's get into some AEW news. How about we do that? Because you guys have been waiting patiently for it. WWE news was fun, though, hey? A little light WWE news. Oh, sorry, I have these ones. Mo Moon has been a member for 5 months, dude. Amazing. Guys, consider becoming a member. I do a bonus show every Monday, 99 cents for membership. Yeah, it's more like, I don't know, I'm chopping it up with chat more. You guys ask me questions more and shit during those shows. So if you're interested in that, it's a bonus show. It's on Patreon or YouTube membership. You can super chat in, you can hit like, subscribe, all that good shit. Follow me on X. Appreciate you. Yeah. 626 for 2 says Roman believes in God. Gay. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. God is gay. Okay. Shit. I acknowledge you. Thank you.
Acknowledge me
for your guys' support. I appreciate everyone who supports the channel. Again, come hit like. You can hit dislike, tell me to fuck myself too, but leave a good comment, come say what's up, or you can leave a nasty one. Let's run those likes up to 100. Otherwise Jericho's gonna do a fucking run-in, and I will be live tomorrow as well for Clash in Paris. I'll be on like an hour prior, so make sure you guys are tapped in. Wrestling Russ became a new member. There you fucking go, dude.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
That's amazing. Thank you very much for your membership. You can gift memberships as well. That's a cool way to support the show and supports the community as well. Back in English, he might be an accountant. Wrestlers could never have a union because they would never agree on anything. That's so true. I actually went back and saw the Black Ranger with the shield fighting the Oyster. So he did get the shield. Yeah, see, I was curious there for a second because I thought he did get it, but I didn't know if that was like in the comics and it would have been too deep cut for you guys. When the Black Ranger did get the Green Ranger shield. Yeah, he did. Oh, right. It was Adam. Or yeah, it was when, because Trini left the show and she was replaced by, what was her name? Aisha. And then Zach got replaced by Adam just in time for the movie. Right? So he looks like Gold Zeo Ranger. Right, the Gold Zeo Ranger. Right. So that was the former Red Ranger, but in Power Rangers Zeo, he was like the 6th Ranger was the Gold Ranger. And he wore like the black fit with the gold. Exactly, man. That's a great pull. That's fucking amazing, dude. Okay. Yeah, the Gold Zeo Ranger, J-Log. You're spot on with that. That's exactly what it was right there. That's what I was thinking of in my head. It's not even the shield on the Black or Red Ranger. It's when Jason, the Red Ranger, in the second version of Power Rangers, Tommy went back to being like the main. He became the Red Ranger in Zeo. And then fucking the 6th Ranger, instead of it being Tommy, who was the green and white in Mighty Morphin, he became the fucking right in gold. He became the Gold Ranger, like the 6th Ranger after like Power Rangers in Space or whatever the fuck. Yeah, that shit's awesome. Phil's a 90s kid. I definitely am. Okay, let's get into back into pro wrestling, right? Ladies and gentlemen, everybody in the chat all together at the same time. Ichi Nisanda. For AEW News. So, Wrestling Observer, early pay-per-view buy rate for Forbidden Door. These are projections. They're estimated at 122,000 to 130,000 buys, which look to be identical to Double or Nothing back in May. Well, by every other metric, they're down. They were down 20% in YouTube viewership from Double or Nothing. So, what is happening here is Dave Meltzer sticking to, well, they do 100,000 buys, Brian. Even though it's way less than that, I would say cut this number in half by 50 to 30%. So the YouTube indicated, and this is courtesy of Switchblade, the YouTube numbers indicated that 20% less people minimum were watching this pay-per-view, at least through YouTube, which is like the biggest distributor. Okay. And so we're talking about, I would give it 30% less than this. We're talking like 100,000 buys, maybe even less than that, maybe 90,000 buys or something like that. Wouldn't shock me because there was really no hype around Forbidden Door. And so that's what I'm hedging my bets on, minus the 30%, because this shit comes from Meltzer. So if he's like 122,000, you got a minus 30%. I don't know what that number works out to, but I'm talking like 80,000 buys, I think, is more in the range. Because these shits have been inflated and called out multiple times already. So, yeah, you guys can let me know in chat what you guys think. Kenny Omega is reportedly battling very serious pain. So, of course, we have this other post here showing Swerve and Ospreay, who are both severely hurt. And Kenny Omega, you know, Will Ospreay is likely out for a long time. Swerve is out for some time, and Kenny is battling very serious pain. Now, Kenny refuted this shit and basically called Dave out for being a stupid idiot. However, at the same time, I believe this, and people are saying Kenny's looking schlubby and shit a little bit, and he is, man. And I just think he's cooked. I think he fucked up by not going to WWE. They would have taken care of him. They would have made sure he was in the best shape of his life. They would have put him in money matches. He's the only guy left that they could just have debut at a WrestleMania in a match and beat someone, and the crowd would accept it and pop for it and shit. And I think he ruined his opportunity to do that, and I think that would have been way better for him. But I don't know what's best for people. I don't know him. Maybe this is what he thinks is best for him. And I wish all the best to him. And it's unfortunate. We'll never see him. Me and Tyrese Halliburton, people hate on me for it. Halliburton's an NBA superstar. He agrees with me that, you know, Kenny needs to come over, but it just ain't going to happen, unfortunately. And I just hope he recovers and keeps wrestling a lighter style, and they stop putting him in fucking cage matches and shit. So after Dynamite went off the air, Tony Khan announced that AEW will be paying tribute to Taz this Saturday by raising his banner in the rafters of the 2300 Arena. However, and shout out Taz, congrats to him. I mean, I don't get... Here's the thing. Tony Khan is like buying his history. Like, Taz has been a commentator and he wants to hang the banner in the 2300 Arena. I mean, that's awesome. And I'm not going to shit on that whatsoever. But again, this is just more of him like inserting himself in shit he had nothing to do with, really. And people could say, well, WWE does that, but technically they absorbed all the territories. Like if Tony owned ECW, I'd be like, word. But instead he's just stealing their pay-per-view names and designs and honoring ECW legends and shit. It's fucking stupid, man. But either way, I digress. So what Taz is saying here is that he wants his family and shit to come in. And so they're actually going to postpone this. I believe we have an update on this. They're going to postpone it till this upcoming Wednesday instead of tonight, because Taz, see, yeah, this guy's like, this fraud thinks it's his place to honor Taz. Listen, man, yes, if you can honor pro wrestlers, yes. Okay, don't be mad at Tony for doing that. So, yeah, this is what happened. Tony Khan said that Taz's induction into the 2300 Arena Hardcore Hall of Fame, like, that's so cringe. So he is just stealing, he's inserting himself in history. So Tony invented this Hardcore Hall of Fame, like, so he's going to go there and induct ECW people into this like artificial Hall of Fame that wouldn't exist. I just think it's kind of cheesy, bro. But honoring Taz and shit, I will never hate on that. I loved fucking Taz. I was such a Taz mark. The way they pissed in his mouth in WWE too when he went there, man. Holy fuck! But either way, that's another story for another pod. Tony said he asked me for more time to get his family and everybody lined up. He said, "Can you wait till Wednesday, please? We're gonna wait until Wednesday." It's from him. It's the least we could do for Taz. So they're going to wait until Wednesday to honor him. So breaking, HBO Max has updated their terms of use for subscribers and now features a new section on one-time purchases. Max finally adding an option, a buy now button, finally after...
Great.
Now, let's read the rest of this. These terms are set to go into effect September 20th, so it's looking very likely that All Out from Toronto will be the first pay-per-view offered for this service. HBO Max has been working on the technology for this for some time. What technology? It's crazy. They already air live shit. Just put a buy now button. The same way people have to renew their fucking information when their subscription comes up or whatever the fuck, and their card doesn't get charged or whatever. It's the same fucking thing, guys. Okay. But they decided to do it. So this actually does look good for AEW. And we'll see in the middle of 2026, maybe their pay-per-view saves them. Also, this won't just be like included in Max. It's not like you get Max and then you just get the pay-per-views. How it works is you got to pay like the $50 or whatever. And this is super fucking dumb to have done after saying, go to Amazon, go to Amazon, go to Amazon, go to Amazon. And then now they're just doing it here. Like, what the fuck? So stupid. And I'm glad that AEW is able to do this. This is really good for them. This is a W for AEW. AEW, the W is for win this time, man. But I told you guys, this whole thing is just WBD. They're peeling off the top. And with Amazon, I believe they own that shit too, don't they? Doesn't Warner Bros. Own Amazon or something like that? Does WBD own Amazon? I'm curious because no, they don't. Okay. So they're Amazon MGM. Oh, yeah. See, it's so hard. BlackRock. It's so much shit is merged now where, like, before it was a little more clear cut, but now you're like, fuck, who owns what? And then especially where, like, like Batman and shit's owned by Warner, but then, like, you turn on Netflix or they license their shit out to this other streamer and you're like, wait, who owns what now? But anyways, so maybe they were getting money from Amazon. I don't know how the fuck that worked, but they were encouraging everybody to go to Amazon. Okay. Now it's like stay on Max and shit. So that's good for them. They're not advertised heavily. Maybe they will more. Maybe Dave Meltzer's right. And it was like 100,000 buys. And they're like, holy shit, this is actually doing better than we thought pay-per-view wise. Maybe. I just see this as like another too little too late thing. Like people are looking at this like, oh, they're leveling up. And I would say it is a win. Like it's about goddamn time. But I just look at this as like, it's a little too late. No, motherfuckers were already scrambling. Like how many people got their, can you just one time buy through Amazon or do you have to have like the subscription and then buy from Amazon? How does that work? Like I have Amazon Prime or whatever the fuck, but I don't, it's like included in my package of streamers or whatever the fuck, So in Canada, I don't know how it works in the States. So ultimately it's just very confusing, but good for them. Okay. And this is all based off of they updated their terms of service. And then they added like a section for one-time buys. I think that's a pretty good indicator that AEW will be included in that, you know? And then this, of course, will give Meltzer an out for him to be like, well, All Out was on streaming and they actually did way better. It was actually seen by way more people, Brian, than Brock Lesnar versus Cena WrestlePalooza. He'll be able to cop out and pull one of those. Okay. So I'm fucking lit tonight, chat, by the way. Let's go. So last year, Action Bronson took shots at the AEW environment, which definitely, so this is according to Fightful, which definitely didn't sit well with a number of people in All Elite Wrestling. However, at least one person said that things seemingly were smoothed over at some point, but the decision was actually made by then to move on to a different theme for Hook. Can I put Fightful over here for a second? Like, whatever you think about them aside, whoever wrote this, and it could even be Sap, I don't give a fuck. Thank you. It's so much better to read than Meltzer's like dumb fuck, mush-brained all over the place. Like, this is just a buttery smooth read. Thank you. If this is verbatim copy and pasted from Fightful. It was noted back in January that Hook was coming out with his new entrance theme for a specific reason. The rights to the Bronson theme had expired, and the company was working on what to do for his next theme. If you go back to January, you'll notice that AEW is being creative and bringing him out with other people. So basically, they're saying that his theme music deal expired, and then they didn't want to renew with Bronson, but things are smoothed over. But they didn't want to renew with fucking Bronson. Why? It's because Tony Khan's petty.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
And he don't want to do business with Bronson now because he shit on us. Because a DJ said that he shit on us. And Bronson was critical of me. And you can't be critical of me. Now your music won't be here. I just won't give you my money.
This is great.
So, there you go. Moving along here. So JJ was sort of going back and forth with Switchblade, right? And I was like, boys, Switchblade English is not his first language, right? Like, and he's just trying to get to the specifics, but JJ was like, he's pissing me off. But I'm like, bro, he's not questioning what you're saying. He's just really trying to get the deets, man. He's a detail-oriented guy, you know? And so, but shout out fucking JJ for posting this, because he screen grabbed the actual thing so we can see it right here. And to me, I'm seeing the same thing. It looks like they're gearing up to put AEW pay-per-views. You're going to be able to buy them one time for old time's sake. Dre dropped that beat and smash that break. Is that how it goes? I forget. From time to time within your home country, we may offer you the ability to make one-time purchases, including pay-per-view events or certain other content that is not otherwise included with your subscription. Each a one-time purchase. You will be charged at the time of purchase using the payment method for your subscription, or you may add another payment method to pay for a one-time purchase. One-time purchases, and that's, hey, good work. One-time purchases are non-refundable unless otherwise specified at the time of purchase. A subscription is required before you can make and view a one-time purchase, including any replays. If your subscription is canceled, paused, or otherwise terminated for any reason, you will lose access to the content. Trial subscriptions may not be eligible to make one-time purchases. And so JJ was like, well, it says they may. Nowhere does it say anything about, but yeah, why would they be saying that, you know? Like, it's because they're going to fucking put a pay-per-view on there. It's going to get tested out. And here's the thing. People are like, it's a massive W for fucking AEW. And I'm calling it a W too. I'm being fair. But here's the thing, though. They could be looking at this as, let's test run AEW on our shit for the next 6 months to a year. Like, middle of next year is when we really know, like, the split with WBD happens and all that shit. And we really know who lands where and what's what. And maybe... remember when ECW was on like TNN or whatever the fuck, and they were just like a placeholder till WWE swooped in? This could be them using AEW as like their guinea pig for this fucking thing, and then they could just ditch them and get a whole other company. We don't fucking know, man. This isn't like this insane W. To me, this is like, why didn't they do this so long ago? But this could be their guinea pig for something else that they invest in, or maybe a trial error of them going, okay, you're going to go over to the Discovery Plus side because your shit ain't worthy of, or, you know, this could be them like throwing AEW to the fire and going, okay, if we'll look at what you guys do over the next 6 months to a year, and then we'll figure out what streaming you guys are going to, because we don't even talk about you guys when it comes to the shit because we don't know what you're doing. You know, it could be that as well. And for those of you who think that's me just trying to put a negative spin, no, trust me, these executive fucking guys, and like shout out any one of them I may know or I've encountered in my day, but like they're fucking, trust me, it's the bottom line. They don't give a fuck about real graps, bruv. They don't give a fuck about any of that, okay? They're just looking at like what does numbers, right? And they have an investment in AEW. We almost know that for certain. So it's in their interest for them to turn things around, but it's also could be in their interest to ditch this fucking thing if it's not panning out. You guys know what I mean? Just as much as people go, well, it's worth it for them to keep, it's worth it for them to go, what are we doing here? You know, we're not making money on this yet or whatever. And not to say it happens all at once, you know, 5 to 10 years. I think that's the proper, right? In science, they give shit about 5 to 10 years, 10 years, if you can, of testing something before you go, oh, we can say this, you know? Anyways, we're getting off in the weeds. Here's Moxley making out with Garcia for some reason.
Oh, Moxley, how's Mox doing? Oh, Moxley, how's Mox doing?
Tried to like French kiss him. Why? Why did he do that? I really don't understand what he was doing. Like, look at that, dude. He went for a full-blown... Look at that shit. What is he doing? He's like, yeah, shake your dick for me, boy. I don't understand. So here's Hook. He returned in ROH with new music. It's like, bro, he's been an AEW guy. Why do we give a fuck about him in Ring of Honor is the problem. They treat it like it's the same thing, and it's fucking not. But he's back. He's got new music. So here's an ECW legend, Tommy Dreamer. And he talks about the AEW residency and what he thinks about it all. Everyone, have a sip with me. And let's take a listen to Busted Open. Shadow Busted Open.
Love the crowd too. All those, it's such a unique atmosphere, but also
and also Heyman buried his ass recently on like a Raw. If you guys remember, he's like, "Oh, Sabu dead, this New Jack dead, fucking Dreamer dead or whatever." Then he's like, "Oh no, but he should be." Or you guys remember? We played it on the show.
I'm watching people that I know because I see them through the years as wrestling fans, especially with, you know, connected with that building like I am. But the other part is like everybody's wearing like wrestling attire. Everybody's wrestling different type of t-shirts, from original ECW shirts to AEW shirts. AEW also put out their own throwback to an
Yeah, so we're going to talk about that in a minute. The AEW shirts, well, I'll talk about it right now, right? We're crossing over. We're doing our first ever, like, crossover fucking news. Actually, that's untrue, but we jump around, and we already covered this on the show, right? Become a member, but, like, they just ripped off, and this is, I think, their cleanest shirt. Maybe one of the best shirts they've ever made, but it's just a rip-off of shit that WWE owns. And Paul Heyman's on the other show cutting promos. One of the best in the world at doing it. And it's just a complete and utter ripoff. And it's for the sickos, like with the text. So that shirt's clean as fuck, but like none of their shit is theirs, man. It's just unoriginal, copying other people's shit. Anyways.
I'm watching people that I know because I see them through the years as wrestling fans, especially with, you know, connected with that building like I am. But the other part is like everybody's wearing like wrestling attire. Everybody's wrestling different type of t-shirts, from original ECW shirts to AEW shirts. AEW also put out their own throwback to an ECW shirt with the barbed wire. And it's like, we're for the sickos. I thought they did such, like I said, an excellent job of the look and the feel of that special place, because when you do go there, it is special. And when you're able to say you sold out that place, it's special. It is one of the most special arenas in all the world.
Yeah, and for people in chat saying, "Oh, WWE should sue," yeah, ask Brendan Schaub. He used to copy fucking. He would do a show in like San Antonio, and he would make jerseys that say like "Thick Boy" on them, in like the San Antonio Spurs logo and everything, designed exactly like it. And the NBA had to cease and desist him, or a cease and assist, as he would say, B. And then also like fucking. He called his shit like Toontown or some shit, and it was like in the vein of like the Looney Tunes shit. And then he had to change that as well. And it's like, you dumbasses, you can't just parody. Like, everyone has an NWO parody shirt. We might even do it at some point, but when you go on like a mass scale with it, and now how big of a scale is AEW's reach? Like, how many of those shirts are they really going to sell? I don't know, but I mean, WWE's being so petty. Why would you even risk that shit? I just don't know why you'd even risk it.
And I will say that till my dying day. I said it today. I'll say it again. When I die, I want some of my ashes to be thrown right at that building, right on the corner of Swanson and Rittner. Just because, like, I feel like that's where I grew to doing something that I love in front of people that I loved. And it holds such a special place for me and for wrestling fans.
Hell yeah. I'm down with that. They had a couple clean tees, actually. So here's a spot from ROH. What was it again? Final Battle. And Bandito, the world champion, Meltzer's going to give this shit 5 stars if he hasn't already. He's wrestling Hechicero, Bandito is. And look at this, dude. He's going to hit him with, like, what is this? Like an axe driver? Like a Bull Nakano axe driver from the apron to the outside, but then he just throws him in the air, and then it looks like Bandito's unconscious again after the guy's been fucking KO'd and injured himself numerous times. So let's just take a look at this, man. This is terrifying. I'm going to pause it. We got to work around. They don't want this out there. This is the video they don't want out there, right? So he, like, just throws him. Watch this. Like, okay. And then he's just laid out. Like, what was the move? What was the move? Hey, buddy, getting an Alabama slam, and then I'll just F5 throw you into the fucking ropes. And Dave will go, oh, the rope work, the ring work. Look at that shit. I promise Dave gave this 5 stars. You know? So it's pretty ridiculous. And the Dynamite rating was 585,000 viewers. And Awful says AEW is old news. I mean, yeah, let's watch this video here. Let's see.
I'm not trying to duplicate what other people is doing. I really believe we are our own promotion.
See, I'm not trying to, this is the problem too, in his mind, I'm not trying to duplicate what other people is doing. And we all do that. Me, when I'm drinking on this show, I'm sure I throw the wrong fucking word in there. It is what it is. But it's because in his mind, he's like other people, but in his mind, it's WWE is what he's thinking. We're not trying to do what WWE is doing with the cash-ins. That's what he wants to say, but he's like, we're not doing what other people is doing instead of what WWE is doing. I'm telling you guys, I'm psychoanalyzing it. That's what it is. Because I said it. There, I said it.
I'm not trying to duplicate what other people is doing. I really believe we are our own promotion.
Yeah, fucking shout out Awful, man. AEW has filed to trademark September to Remember again.
I live in this city. I used to do ring crew. I used to do ring crew in this building as a teenager.
Why are you and your fellow stagehands out here on the picket line at the 2300 Arena against AEW?
They have the ability to make that change. They have the ability to say, hey, we're not going to do this show
with the 10 high school kids you pulled off of the park bench.
I used to do ring crew in this building as a teenager.
So if Alex Windsor wants to ride the money train again.
And I saw some people spurging out online too, like, man, Monet's elevating all these belts because they're here on this fucking TV show. Name any of these belts. Oh, well, there's the Owen Hart one. Well, that's an AEW one, so name another one. Oh, well, that's the CMLL one that's being half covered up by this graphic. Okay, how would a fucking kid seeing this know that? What does it do for anybody? Are their houses bigger? Is AEW's houses bigger? See, this is the thing. Oh, well, you're just hating, you're just an e-drone. No, Ultimate Fighter did the same thing. Demetrius Mighty Mouse Johnson was in the UFC, 125-pound goat. He was fucking wrecking, destroying everyone. So what did they do? They took the Ultimate Fighter television show, the reality tournament show. They got a champion from 16 leagues rather, of MMA. They went and got the featherweight champion from 16 leagues around the world. And they all showed up there with their titles, and the winner of the champion tournament fought the UFC champion. And by the way, that was one of the coolest fucking things UFC's ever done. 16 champs from around the world in a tournament. Winner fights our champ. And the guy who won the thing, Tim Elliott, was put on one of the best performances that anybody did against Mighty Mouse. Took him to a decision, like had Mighty Mouse in trouble a couple of times, right? And those belts, same energy. What did it do for any of those promotions who just cucked their belts out? That's what everyone was saying at that time too. And that was a long time ago. So no, I keep the same energy.
Then I am going to beat her senseless, that she'll be sitting in a hospital bed right next to her husband.
Oh no, awful. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. 585K. Like, that's a fall off. So the new ROH World Tag Champions, Roosh and Sammy Guevara.
You what?
What? And so people are like, well, Sammy's the newest member of Los Facción Ingobernable or whatever. And it's like, well, why are they still doing that? I thought Roosh was like getting away from that and he's starting his own faction. And now it's just Sammy was a tag champ with Dustin Rhodes, then loses the belts and then wins it with Roosh, right? No, there's no problems with Sammy or Mercedes. He's just banished to fucking ROH and tagging with Roosh. Come on, dude. Roosh should be one of these guys challenging for the international title or the fucking world title or the TNT title. He's one of these guys, man, who should be like challenging for a world title, in my opinion. Some people might go, whoa, that's too much. It's just from what I've seen. You go watch his matches. In my opinion, I'm like, he brings legitimacy to this shit. His intensity is real. He's dangerous almost. You feel like he's going to really fuck you up, man. And yeah, I mean, I'm certain he caught heat when he beat the shit out of Jack Perry. And he even beat the shit out of Danielson. When he wrestled Danielson, go back and watch Danielson versus Roosh and go and look at the look on Danielson's face. When he's like, what the fuck? Like, are we fucking shooting, bro? Like, you can tell at one point they're both standing on the apron. I know the exact moment, man. They're both standing on the apron and Roosh chops Danielson and then Danielson chops him back and then Roosh chops him back and then fucking Danielson has a look on his face like, are we like fighting? And then he fucking chops him back but then Danielson gets a big smile on his face though, because he likes that. He likes to fucking... He's kind of a dumbass, crazy guy, you know, like he likes to fuck himself up, dude. And Roosh for sure caught heat when he beat the shit out of Jack Perry. And I'm not saying like, oh, he should go out there and take liberties with people, but it's just a matter of like, he brings an air of like Samoa Joe, like legitimately, he seems like he'll fuck you up. So I want to see more guys like that fight for the world title and shit in AEW. Instead of like fake dangerous, fake tough guy dangerous shit like John Moxley, where it's just like fake, I'm gonna fucking stick a needle through my cheek like David Blaine, like a magic trick, and I'm gonna fucking, you know, impale my fucking, like, it's just fake tough guy shit, you know? whereas Roosh is a real tough guy. Anyways, shout out El Toro Blanco. AEW CEO Tony Khan was asked if there are plans to bring Chris Jericho back to the company. Listen to his answer. He says, I certainly could talk for a long time. I mentioned earlier being verbose. And and I have to think Chris Jericho's one of the greatest and most important people ever in AEW and has been a great two-time ROH World Champion. For somebody that's won 9 World Championships in the sport of pro wrestling, Chris Jericho is, it's incredible to say, but he has achieved so much in so many different promotions. When you talk about him, you could talk about companies all over the world, but certainly we wouldn't be as fortunate to be in this position. I would never be where I am in AEW without Chris Jericho, nor would I be in a position where I could have bought ROH. So I'm very grateful to Chris. So he's admitting here that he bought ROH off the back of like, well, we'll make Chris Jericho the champion and blah, blah, blah. I think the world of Chris, and I would love to have Chris back. Certainly, he's been great. Great star for us since the very beginning of AEW and here in ROH as well. As we talk about Death Before Dishonor and the great ROH events, Chris has come in and been involved in some great memorable matches. I just got done talking. It's great. It's great. I love it. You guys see the 10 minutes of Tony Khan during the Jericho match? And Tony's in Gorilla screaming in the headset. I love it. That's awesome. I like it. I just got done talking about Bandito. I could talk for days about great Chris Jericho matches and memories. Last night we had a reunion of Kenny Omega and Hangman Page. What? They've both had their great matches and altercations with Jericho, and he's been a huge part for both of their careers and the launch of AEW and where we are right now. I have so much respect for Chris, and I think the world of him. The first time I ever set foot in 2300 Arena was actually Chris's last night in ECW, and it was very important to me because I'd been a fan of Chris since I was a very, very young kid. Since I was 12 years old and barely hit puberty, I would count Chris among my very favorite wrestlers for the past 30 years, and I'm very fortunate to work with him. So if and when the time presents itself, hopefully would love to have Chris back, and I think the world of him. And Chris Jericho's always in the highest of standing with me and with AEW and ROH, where he has been a great champion and ambassador, great leader, and a great fan to all of us. Chris Jericho's a huge part of our companies here, so thanks for asking. So basically, Jericho is going back to WWE. Confirmed.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Why the fuck did he just have this long? Like, that's him begging Jericho to come back. Please, you're so great. It's so great. This is so great. But like, Jericho, you're like, we wouldn't even own ROH if it wasn't for you, Jericho. You're so awesome. Please, I'm fucking begging you, man. I'm fucking begging you. And Jericho's...
You just made the list.
Oh, the wind is picking up and I'm fucking drunk and I'm hot, sweating buckets. And it's just like, thank God. My wind, if you hear some breeze in the mic, don't care. I need to cool off. Get a little breezy, man. Speaking of Jericho, how many, let me look at the Clips channel. If there's not 100 likes, I mean, we've been over 300 across X and YouTube. It's about 50-50. So if you're on X, come on over, baby. Come on over, baby. I might have to break out the karaoke machine, babe. I got a karaoke machine. Come over to YouTube and hit like and subscribe and vote in the poll and all that good shit. And I see we're only at 71 likes. And so speaking of Chris Jericho, he actually has this to say.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me hear that wow! Yo!
Contemplation. Dun, dun. Contemplation. Dun, dun. Right? Jericho's been doing hashtag contemplation. Fozzy, if you're listening. New single, a la Kiss. Contemplation. Timone. Just like that. I'll do background vocals for you. It'll be a hit. It'll be huge. Okay. And you use that as your new theme returning back to WWE. Okay. I think if he does one final run, I think the move is break the walls down. Fozzy, redo break the walls down. And just have it featuring someone dope who can do the fucking for those about the rock. But you want to be, you know, if they just end up your thing. You know that shit? Get someone cool. Just have someone feature with Fozzy, like a cool rapper. Not like fucking Jelly Roll, but like someone that WWE hooks you up with, and just remix that and then have that be your last theme. Speaking of remix, I'm going to teach you guys some. You guys know how to Dougie? Mina Shirakawa does. Hey.
Teach me how to Dougie.
Teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie.
Be like Smooth. What? Can you teach me how to Dougie?
Teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. So she's
It's a
Dougie.
beat that's super bumping, and for you to back it up and dump it, get it.
Bag it up and dump it, get it. Moving along here, Dynamite scored its lowest 18-49 rating in history, Brian. Dynamite averaged 585K, up 4%. That's terrible. That's up 4%, dude. That's terrible. With a 0.13 in the 18-49, down 20%. So the overall viewership up 4%. But the key demo down almost 20%. And what is Dave going to say? What's his fucking excuse? It's always like, oh, well, the young people, Brian, like they're obviously leaning to streaming. Then it's like the key demos spiked after a basketball game. Well, they had that great match. That certainly is responsible for keeping the key demo. Or did people leave their TVs on after the basketball game? And they fell asleep, or they were lit, or they just went out. Fucking idiots. So yeah, here we go, man. It's being smashed to oblivion. Much like myself. No, not to oblivion, but we're having a good time. Booker T, speaking of good time, Booker T did not have a good time. I'm having a good time. I'm a shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. So Booker T says the Gummy Bears spot from AEW New Japan Forbidden Door is an example of why he won't watch AEW. He's like, now tell me he did not just say that. Wasn't that one of his sayings? Now tell me he didn't just say that. I don't fucking know, but we have the clip of Booker T going off, so I'll just fucking play it for you guys, and you can hear it from the horse's mouth. Ringside News is like, do you agree with Booker T and his assessment on the Gummy Bear spot? Where's the fucking clip? Did I bookmark it in the wrong area? I don't fucking know. Either way, doesn't matter. I will just read to you in this article what he said. Yeah, man, whoop that trick, all right? Uh-huh, I like it. Booker said, wait a minute. The question is, did they sell the gummy bears? Well, no, they didn't. And actually, Stinkashay, who we're going to talk about in a bit, he's melting down on sickos again. Like defending this shit, and it's like, bro, calm down. And even I told you guys, I thought the gummy bear shit was funny, and it popped me a little bit. Not even gonna lie. So again, it's just like Ricochet. Just who cares? Don't get involved in that shit. It doesn't get you over in any fucking way whatsoever. It gets people like me over who are talking about Twitter drama and fucking what you guys are doing, but your perception as a star, it's like, bro, you're doing great work on TV, honestly. Like, I mean, the booking isn't the greatest ever, but he's definitely evolved and he's garnered more interest, I'd say. Like, he's more interesting now than he was in WWE. And it's like, just focus on that, man. Don't worry about what the wackos are saying and shit, you know? They'll let me do that, Ricochet, okay, you son of a bitch. But anyways, so Booker was like, wow, look here, man. I've said it before. Whoop that trick. AEW is trying to change the way people look at professional wrestling. No, I really don't look at AEW, as you know. You asked me if I watched it. No. He was going to say, I don't even look at it as pro wrestling. That's the problem. Most people look at it as a parody. So AEW, they're like, we're going to change how people view wrestling. No, you turned it to Dave Meltzer parody gaga bullshit. That's the fucking problem, man. It's that right there is perhaps one of the reasons I would not watch an AEW show. I can honestly sit here and tell you right now that I've never watched the AEW show. I've watched bits and pieces, but a lot of that has been on the internet. I've never sat and watched the show because of stuff like that. Like I said, me personally, I don't want to change the way people look at professional wrestling because it is a beautiful, beautiful sport. Beautiful art when you look at it properly. I recently went to see Hamilton and it almost brought me to tears, and that's what art can do. AEW, nah, that ain't for me. Yeah, and fair enough, man. I don't blame him. Now, the gummy bear spot, nobody bumped on it. And it was kind of funny. It's a callback to like one of their old PWG spots or something like that. I think I might have bookmarked a picture of it. But they did. No, I didn't. Where's all these fucking bookmarks I thought I had today? Chat, I'm fucking up. But yeah, they did that before too a long time ago. And the whole thing is that like production's fucking with them because they aren't worried about the EVPs ruling with an iron fist anymore. And the wrestlers aren't scared of them and blah, blah, blah. And it's childish and dumb and I've ripped it apart. But like, okay, I mean... And nobody like sold the gummy bears as if it hurt them or anything like that. So it's not that egregious, but I get why Booker T, an old school guy who wrestled like Sting and fucking Flair and all these guys, might see that and be like, what the fuck is this? Speaking of what the fuck is this, sources within AEW called Ian Riccaboni beloved. And a number of wrestlers said that they were hoping he would become a more permanent fixture on AEW broadcasts. Riccaboni received heavy praise after the recent stretch of double tapings. It is said that we can expect him more regularly during the stretch of Philadelphia shows. Yeah, him and Coleman, I think, are a fucking fantastic pro wrestling commentary duo. And I think they could replace Excalibur and shit, and it'd be way better. So Tony Khan said tonight's entire ROH Death Before Dishonor pay-per-view is now available for free on the ROH YouTube channel. I thought that it was a tremendous show tonight. Thank you all who watched. So there was a problem with AEW and ROH and them airing like their pay-per-view on YouTube or something. I'm not sure the ins and outs of it, but they just released the pay-per-view. So imagine you pay for this fucking thing, and then it's like being released to people for free, and then they just release it for free an hour later. It's like, what does that tell your customers about the value of your shit? It's fucking crazy, dude. It's like fire sale type shit. You can't do that, man. But he felt the need to do it because it's like when Goldberg and fucking DDP got cut off or whatever, and they had to air it the next night. So we have the whole Tony Khan conference call here that I would love to go through. But first, let's just take a look. The Blue Meanie came out with your girl, Athena Palmer. So Blue Meanie was there as a minion in training, doing his thing. And then they're working on getting Athena back more over and shit. They just should have did it so long ago. It's all good, though. It's all good. I'm actually going to watch this event later. Probably throw it on. So Speedball Mike Bailey addresses the online rumors for having heat with MVP. Shout out MVP. And Bailey's like, he said, fuck you to me. So again, just confirming what Phil Marks said. Where is my sound for this one? It's new, and I love it. But I forget what I titled it when I put it in my sounds. Right here.
Just in from Phil Marks of PWT. He says, I told you so.
Told you. So that's exactly how I recounted it on the show, is what I assumed went down. And Mike Bailey's like, he said, fuck you to me. I said, fuck you to him. This is pro wrestling. I think it's very silly to go online, read these two pro wrestlers do not like each other. Oh, man, they hate each other. This is a wrestling show. Kevin and I tried to take Hurt Syndicate's tag team championships away from them many times for several months leading up to All In. We hate each other, of course. Of course, sure. Why not? At the end of the day, whatever makes the best show for the audience is what we're into. If hating each other is part of that, then let's roll with it. Yeah, and MVP never said, like, I fucking hate Mike Bailey. The sheets just added that shit because they're dummies. But yeah, so the YouTube channel, due to issues with the Watch ROH stream, so that's what happened. He made it free. And like, while the matches were in progress, they're just like, fuck it, put it free on YouTube. So it's like, okay. And yeah, I think ROH should just be a YouTube show every week. Tony Khan called Athena, Mina Shirakawa, Bandito, and Hechicero 4 of the best wrestlers in the world. And then we saw that Hechicero Bandito clip, and we're like, what the fuck? So Tony Khan was asked about Purrazzo's lack of appearances. He said he likes her a lot and was looking at DBD to work her back in. He said the fact, injuries, and circumstance. She was there, I think, but I don't think she wrestled. Putting it mildly, injuries and shit. He wanted to book her, but her opponent was hurt. He's okay. It's okay if something doesn't go well. If one match doesn't go right, doesn't mean everything ends. He wants to work her in and wanted to do the pure women's title tournament, but injuries hurt that as well. He has 100,000 other girls. So what the fuck? Where's Queen Aminata? Throw her in there. She's just not allowed on ROH TV anymore. So Andrew Zarian says there will be an announcement regarding AEW pay-per-views on HBO Max in the coming weeks, as we discussed earlier. And he said there'll be an announcement in the coming weeks. So he's been off by a mile before I could see it. But if it's not in the coming weeks, maybe the coming months. NoDQ.com says that Eric Bischoff believes that Dixie Carter was a better wrestling booker than Tony Khan. Was she, though? I mean, Bischoff would know. He's been around. He's fucking seen people and met people in the business who may...
Oh, come on now, Eric.
May be able to, like, confirm that to him from their experience as well. But ultimately, that's pretty wild. Like, she did have other people booking the shows and shit. But maybe that's exactly why Bischoff is saying she's smarter than Tony Khan, or a better booker, because she at least knew to put people in charge who were smarter than her to book shit. Does that make any sense? I don't fucking know. Deonna Purrazzo, who we spoke about just a moment ago, she claims that AEW dropped the ball on her character development. And she was talking about going back to school and doing fucking, I don't know, all these other things other than wrestling in AEW. And she also has talked about, during her time in AEW, how TNA is like, had the best locker room in her entire career, and, it was the best time for her, et cetera, et cetera. And so what she said, it was big when I first came into AEW, where I was like, I don't want to be ignorant to the fact that my gimmick is the virtuosa. People probably don't know what the word means. And also there's so much nuance to the character itself. I don't want to neglect the fact that common people or just casual wrestling fans might not understand who I am. Plus, I was coming from TNA that had a niche audience that we weren't on basic cable every week. And so I'd pitched a bunch of these vignettes and they just never got done. And I feel like that kind of hindered my character development day one, because they didn't have a reason to care about me. Exactly. I just was like another wrestler who got to come in. See, she's done giving a fuck. She's in ROH. She tells people, book me and shit, because she ain't getting pushed. Again, another fumble. Her and what's her face? Tyra Valkyrie, or whatever the fuck. They were over, man. Like, the crowd was reacting highly to them when they came into AEW. and people were like, damn, their women's division's heating up, and like Deonna Purrazzo on Collision, this is going to be awesome. And then they just did nothing fucking with her. Same with Camille, just shows up, disappears. It's a shit show, man. Once I finally had like the creative freedom, I felt like I could be like, let me just do this myself and see what they say. I produced 3 of my own. I knew what I want. See, this is the thing too. The wrestlers produce their own shit. They put their own money into it. Tony Khan will fucking air it, not reimburse them, and then not do shit with it. And just be like, this is great. And I know that for a fact. I've been fucking told that. I'm not a dirt sheet. You don't have to fucking believe me. Trust me, bro, is the source. But yeah, Phil don't miss, okay? He'll fucking air their shit and then just like do nothing with it after. And you're like, what? Why did this happen? And then nothing came of it. Whenever you ask that question, it's because of that shit. Robert Evans, who was working at TNA at the time, works with AEW, helped me write my stuff. We hadn't introduced me yet, and now I'm about to do the Texas Bull Rope match on Collision. Like, why do people care? We need to make... She's saying this on Saraya shit with her husband, who's in TNA. We need to make them care. We can make it about the stipulation, and we can make it about my feud with Thunder, but we need to get over who the virtuoso is as well. Fuck, man. How funny is that?
Guys, Tony Khan.
It's just like when the wrestlers agree, at what point do we just fucking agree, Tony? Tony Khan admits ROH TV deal doesn't make sense right now. Well, when does it make sense? You've owned it for fucking years. Why doesn't it make sense? Why does the pay-per-view not make sense right now on Max and all this shit? And I get it. Things take time. But like, it's because ROH is an afterthought for you, and everyone knows that. And you get the vibe of it when you watch it. It's just like a thrown together fucking indie booked show. And that's why Taylor Swift and Kendrick Lamar and Drake and these motherfuckers will never show up in AEW. And Jeff Jarrett tells TMZ Sports about how Taylor Swift became connected to his family. And he says he'd welcome Travis Kelce to AEW, but doesn't aim at Swift, but goes Travis Kelce. Bro, they ain't going to fucking AEW, okay? Especially not with this ESPN shit, bro. He's going to show up on fucking NXT before he'll show up in fucking AEW, bro. So Jared says, it was Christmas of 2006. My first wife was really ill with breast cancer. She passed away about 5 months after this. So she was really ill, and a friend of Taylor said, hey, why don't you drop by? Obviously, like every little girl in America, my daughters were big Taylor fans. Her songs had just kind of broke, but she was a hometown girl. I would love for Kelce to step into an AEW ring, and I tell you one thing, I'd love to have a guitar for him. I got a guitar shot for Travis, but no, I'd welcome him in an AEW ring. I think we could make a lot of noise, and it goes without saying, him and his brother, show him in that heart. Didn't they pop up at a WrestleMania, though? Just don't think that's going to happen. Nobody really seems to get it over there. And speaking of which, Alfred Konuwa had this to say about anti-union elite wrestling.
AEW clapped back at the unions. AEW came under fire for not hiring union labor to work their 900-seat residency at the 2300 arena. One stagehand mocked AEW for using teenage laborers instead.
They have the ability to say, hey, we're not going to do this show with the 10 high school kids you pulled off of the park bench.
AEW responded through the most uncharismatic wrestler in the history of the world, not named Ricochet, as Wheeler Yuta said,
I used to do ring crew in this building as a teenager.
The new ring crew, I used to do ring crew in here as a teenager. Trying to work the real into storyline so that Tony doesn't get fucking sued. That's what keeps happening. And also, when Tony Khan's like, so what did he do? Hand out flyers with like his phone number attached. Everybody take one. You just rip one and give me a call. Like a fucking missing dog poster. Is that what he did? He went and put up fucking flyers at high schools. He got that Fear the Revolution guy to fucking put up flyers at fucking schools, and they hired high school kids. Is that what's going on?
To say, hey, we're not going to do this show with the 10 high school kids you pulled off of the park bench.
AEW responded through the most uncharismatic wrestler in the history of the world, not named Ricochet, as Wheeler Yuta said,
I used to do ring crew in this building as a teenager.
when AEW launched, they spoke glowingly about workers' rights and wrestler unions, even suggesting that one day all wrestlers would get free health insurance. But now they're anti-union elite wrestling. AEW press secretary Dave Meltzer remained quiet, but had WWE exploited stagehands like this, Dave would be on the picket lines himself talking about,
Exactly, dude. He'd be talking about that double fuck around double cup, triple cup. But Dave would also be like, being like the worst, disgusting promotional tactic. It's funny because he loves AEW's capitalism. But then when it's WWE flexing their capitalism, it's fucking, WWE, disgusting promotional tactic. And this is a great point, too. Daddy Dave would be fucking melting down over WWE if the same shit happened over there.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
But meanwhile, he's going to make 1,000 tweets saying, oh, why you guys are melting down. I'm sorry AEW has you mad and shit. But it's like, this is actually something people should be mad about. People care about workers' rights in 2025, you old son of a bitch.
Had WWE exploited stagehands like this, Dave would be on the picket lines himself talking about, put it this way, what do we want?
Dave's so old his dad owned a slave. But I'm dying over here.
Fair wages, when do we want them? Put it this way, it could be now, but then again, it could be later. The unions in Japan are basically
the unions in Japan. The Tokyo Dome. Well, the Tokyo Dome doesn't work like that, Brian. So Miro Rusev says that he used AEW to get his confidence as a wrestler back. It is Rusev Day, by the way, just so you guys know. Mark it on your calendar. And after it returned and he saw that he was the best wrestler in AEW, he decided he needed to leave and go back to WWE. How fucking funny is that? So Miro Rusev says that he, so I was there for a few years. I beat up quite a few people. So this is like him almost in gimmick, in kayfabe. And I gained my confidence way more than I had before in WWE. All the experience from the years before, what I've been taught by John Cena, Big Show, all these great, amazing superstars that I fought in WWE, I had to put to the test when I was in AEW. I had to use everything I've learned. After I did that, after I experimented, after I saw that I'm the best on there, the best around, I thought it was time to come back, no doubt, because I still have the goal to be a world heavyweight champion here in WWE. So he kind of puts AEW over there a little bit. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, we give Miro, aka Rusev, an Ichi ni Sanda for AEW news. Fuck yeah, what a show. What a show tonight, man. We have more. It ain't over. No, it ain't over. It ain't over whatsoever. So I need you all to bear with me here for a minute, and let's check in with chat. How's chat doing, man? Over 300 watching, guys. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips. If you're on X, consider coming over to YouTube, hanging out in the chat, voting in the poll, chopping it up with everybody. We got a great community over here for only 99 cents Canadian. Okay? You can become a member, get access to my bonus shows every Monday. You can gift a membership, super chat in. Appreciate all your support. You can hit like, hit subscribe, hit dislike, leave a comment, all that good shit if you want to support for free. And I have a Patreon as well. Consider checking that out. Appreciate you, motherfuckers. I like this AI picture. Should this be the new sicko picture for the sicko segment? It just singles out AEW, and we do have a lot of wackos going down as well. Okay, we're going to talk about them. But You Ain't Over just liked. Bruce Sharp just liked. 83 likes, George is saying. Okay, so we're at like 85 or what? Where the fuck? You know what? I need to get ice. And it's a sicko Saturday. We're not even 3 hours deep. That was just the intro of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, do I hit you guys with another fucking Jericho? Do it. Yeah, fuck it. I like chaos, and I need to get some ice for my drink anyway. So here's Chris.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
Just in time. Yeah, you guys love that. Loving every minute of it. Da-na-na-na. Okay, we're going to mix a little drinky. We got some ice. Just a little vodka. A little bit in Minecraft. Or maybe not there. We're at JD's. This is JD's Bar and Grill. I'm over here now. Okay? Here we go. And then a little pineapple juice and a little soda water. It's great. It's magnificent. And then, yeah, let's check in with chat. We have a tremendous segment coming up. Okay. So, I hope they put Jericho in another WrestleMania match with Fandango. Yeah, Johnny Curtis. TK Mark says, sorry, brother. How's Knob's leg? Pixel. I retract my love. WWE legend Painmaker Chris Jericho. We are the herpes gone wild. Yeah, apparently in NXT, that's what was going on. Chat. Okay, let's get into the damn thing. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for nobody's favorite segment. And it is called the Single Segment. So Neckbeards posted this. And here's Elboo. Common Elboo. Make sure you guys put Elboo in lore. So Elboo of Self-Made posted this. This is talking about WWE coping over AAA. They immediately stopped doing intergender wrestling on the show, and Psycho Clown and Pagano did a plunder match with no blood or thumbtacks, violence, intergender matches, chaotic main events, exoticos, and six-sided rings were AAA trademarks, and 3 out of 5 were gone at the last Triple Mania. Yeah, maybe that's a good thing. And not only that, they had exoticos. I'm assuming that's what Pimpinella was, or identifies as. There were intergender matches. They had the 6-person match. The 4-way was chaotic. You're just fucking coping, bro. And then Quiggle says, is it fair to say WWE is doing wrestling ethnic cleansing? And then Ibu goes, yes. This is the same guy, by the way, who didn't even know what secular means. And he's commenting under some shit. And now he's going to be like ethnic cleansing. Like, are you fucking joking? These are the same redacts who will try and tell me prowrestletimes is grammatically incorrect when it's the name of a thing. Right? It's fucking redacted people. Like, that is insanity. So, Pro Wrestling Finesse says, we are living in a timeline where Chris Jericho will return to WWE in 2025. What happened to the game I love? So here we go. Drain Bamager's like, another unique venue. We keep winning. AEW Dynamite 6-year anniversary show announced October 1st, 2025, Hollywood, Florida. Bring your surfboards. Totally. Hard Rock Live at Seminole Hard Rock. So, like, winning, I guess that's winning, right? I like these, but, like, this one's been here so long. Do I retire it, chat? Or in the comments, let me know below. Do I retire the sicko peering through the window for this one? It feels unjust. See, I'm fence sitting Phil. I'm like, oh, come on. That's not very fair for us to bully AEW sickos when there's some fucking real wacko WWE motherfuckers out there too. Eric? Speaking of wacko motherfuckers, AEW Seto Miedo says AEW is undefeated when it comes to value for money. WWE had us sitting out there for over an hour. Oh yeah, this guy paid and went to Raw. Yes. So this guy went to fucking Raw.
Thank you,
dude.
fuck you, bye. Boom.
Amazing. And he's one of these like AEW defender. Like they don't understand how they just hurt AEW. I've said it since day one of this pod. They hurt AEW so badly. And this guy goes, WWE had us sitting out there for over an hour and then gave us 2 quick dark matches before starting the show. WWE Raw was just promos and entrances. The actual wrestling was an afterthought, plus the matches are so predictable. Once a wrestler hits a certain moveset, you know it's over. Either that or someone's interfering as usual. With AEW, you get the whole shebang. Shebang. Oh, babe, the way she move. Oh, babe, the way she look like a fly, but she still like a bee. Yeah, so he's like, I'll be at Raw tonight. I was also at Forbidden Door yesterday. I will share my unbiased thoughts about which show is better from a value for money perspective and also a fan experience later today. The problem is, stupid, is that nobody will take you seriously what you have to say because your name is AEW Dick Suck or whatever. So it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you think. But actually, though, and you booked yourself into a corner there, Braja. And so, again, we covered Elbu. I just wanted to post. Well, no, we saved this in the bookmarks. This is good. We've had enough fun with that. But I had to remind everybody what, Tyrese Halliburton's like, I don't even fuck with anything but WWE. We covered this on the previous show. And then Elbu, just the exchange. So if another wrestling company gave you the right deal to pop up for something, are you allowed to do that? Tyrese, yeah, but do I want to? No. Ricochet, if you're watching this, I think you should call Tyrese. We played the clip. And then I'm just like, never forget. Never fucking forget that happened. We'll circle back to that. So Deonna Purrazzo told SoCal Val her perspective on dealing with online body shaming. She said that I had to realize that, like, these people who comment, I'm fat, you're a pig. I'm fat, you're a pig, you're disgusting, lose weight. It's all text from Vince's phone. Maybe then you'll get booked. Ha ha ha, am I right, pal? Like all of these comments are not my actual supporters. The person is not paying to come watch me wrestle. They're not buying a ticket to Dynamite. Those aren't the people, and I don't need to focus on those people. Purrazzo mentioned that therapy and conversations with her family helped her reach this mindset. She also uses her platform to support the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, which aids veterans and the families of fallen first responders. That's cool shit. She concluded by explaining the outcome of this perspective. No one on Twitter is keeping me up anymore at night. No one on Twitter is making me cry anymore at night. I'm not giving them the power because they're not being supportive in other aspects. They don't deserve it. They said because twice there with a comma in between. It kind of fucked me up. You could probably just clean that up, right? Maybe put it in like a parentheses or whatever there. But either way, shout out Deonna, and yeah, just talking about the sickos and how it affects people. So we have a couple watch-alongs to do in just a minute here, guys. But Machiavelli, DTA, posted this. Tiffany Stratton without makeup and with makeup. Now, by the way, stunning in both pics. I mean, wow. Absolutely. Looks great in the top picture, too. You know what I mean? People went nuts on this dude. Like even Chelsea Green, these wrestlers were posting pics of themselves, here's me without makeup type shit in support. Now, the problem, I'm going to explain what happened here. Like Machiavelli, as far as just posting a person, here's them without makeup and comparing them with makeup. I don't think there's a problem with that in any way. And we don't know if he thinks she looks pretty in both. But the problem with this account is you're a fucking troll and you're trolling all the time. So you don't get the benefit of people like being like, well, it's good intention. Like people automatically are going to fucking assume that you did it to make fun. Okay. And so people melted down. Like I can read some of these responses, which I will. Like this person here is like, why even post this if you're not trying to make the point that you were obviously trying to make? I don't know what point he was made, but he's just this person goes, just own your shit, man. If your thing is being an asshole, you're an asshole. Don't be a pussy on top of it. It's a comparison, okay? For the sake of what exactly? And that's a woman saying that, so obviously triggered. I don't care because she's gorgeous either way. And then he's like, calm down. It was a tweet showing the difference. He didn't. Then he's like using Joker. So the point I'm trying to make is like some of these people are triggered, but the problem is Machiavelli. Well, not the problem. Maybe he doesn't give a fuck, but he's responding with like Joker gifs. And he's just like, yeah, I'm just showing the difference, blah, blah, blah. All he could have said is like, whoa, you assholes are attacking me. I think she's hot in both pics or whatever. And I bet it all kind of would have went away. But I think Chelsea Green deleted her post, but she fucking posted under there without makeup saying like, fuck you or whatever. And then all these people are underneath saying like, she looks better without makeup. She looks better, which I'm one of those dudes where I agree. I think when women pull off less makeup, I think that just looks better in my opinion, you know, and I think she's very pretty without makeup, but I think she's very pretty with it as well. And like, you're on TV, right? What did Scott Hall say? They're getting inducted into the fucking Hall of Fame, and and I think it's the behind the scenes clip, and Triple H or someone asked Scott Hall, they're like, fucking, you wearing makeup? He's like, yeah, this is live TV, brother. Like even in his old age, right? So it's like, yeah, they're on fucking TV. So they're going to try and look like a superstar, like a superhero, you know, that's the point. But it's crazy that a bunch of people under here are just like, yeah, she looks better without makeup. And like, that's pretty much all this dude had to say. But instead he got kind of defensive and was just like, fuck you, calm down, you're a retard, da-da-da. And so it's like, he could have just been like, whoa, you guys are attacking me, fuck you. He could have like flipped it on everybody and be like, whoa, what the fuck? But instead, so I think his intention was like to troll, to show the difference. But I don't fucking know. I'm not going to like condemn people. You should leave. Like, it got 20K likes for a reason, 1.8 million views. Right. So this is obviously, and let's be honest, like, can we be honest? Can we take it back? Can we time travel back? Should we hit a flashback? I'm just going to be honest here. It's going to be honest. That's what I do with people. Okay, how do we start this? Because this all stems. The reason he posted this is because I know why he posted it. Because not that I've talked to Machiavelli or anything. We don't DM or anything like that. But this is why. It's because there's discourse going on right now between Charlotte Flair fans and Tiffy fans that are still stemming from their feud and from when Charlotte revealed, like, yeah, she went off script, and Tiffy revealed I went off script and shit. And we saw it in the Unreal show. If you believe, or maybe it's just a masterwork, who fucking knows? But the thing is that Tiffy brought up Charlotte's faces and how she's had different faces. And then Charlotte, I think herself, or a Charlotte fan account, posted, you want to talk about faces, honey? And posted Tiffy when she was like 16 or some shit, and her face looked way different to what it is now. And like, whatever, if she got plastic, I don't fucking know. I don't give a shit. Personally, I don't care. She's a looker, right? Top or bottom. I'm like, fuck, that's a beautiful young lady. It's all good. What I'm saying is this, okay? Tiffy started it with like the calling, unless I'm wrong. Hey, if someone has the hot tea, if someone out there has the hot goss that I'm not up on, this is just me observing it. Again, it's like when a year or so ago, I think like a year ago, the Liv Rhea fans were like becoming the worst sickos. They were worse than the AEW sickos. The Rhea Liv fans going back and forth. And it's sort of become that with the Tiffy Charlotte fans. And not everyone's aware of that. And I tried to cover it, the Liv Rhea fans, before. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't really have my finger. This is more of like the girl drama, I feel like, in the IWC. But if I'm not mistaken, I think Tiffy tweeted out some shit about Charlotte's faces first. And that's what sort of spawned this whole thing. And I think Machiavelli's just piggybacking off that. And obviously, I'm not wrong. 20K likes, 1.8 million impressions. Like, this is something people are talking about in the IWC. The wackos go to war with each other. We've covered this a bunch. But yeah, so don't come after me, guys, like he came after Machiavelli, I guess. I don't know. I agree though with the people being like, you know why you did this. I agree with that. That's the point I'm getting. He knows why he did. And like, you don't, if your account as well, like, is he a parody account? I don't know, but like, if you just troll and do memes all the time, you don't get the benefit of being like, no, I'm just over here being a genuine person. I swear it. You don't get the benefit of that, which is like what you accept. So that's why he continues to troll people underneath. And so it's a never-ending Twitter war ultimately. And who's in the wrong? I don't fucking know. Let's hear this guy's take on it. And then this guy says, what was wrong with the tweet? Chelsea, can you explain it? So Chelsea deleted her tweet because, again, she's like, I'm not going to get involved in shit. And then she's involved in shit right away. Because let's be honest, if your Twitter activity is so bad where, like, if you have to announce, I swear, like, going forward, I'm not even going to get caught up in shit. And I love Chelsea Green, by the way. But if you find yourself doing that, that means you're in too deep already. And you're likely just going to revert. It's like a fucking alcoholic. You're just going to revert back to the alcoholism, dude. You know, if you're around the alcohol, you know, you just better delete Twitter. Otherwise, you're just going to fall back into it. But it's screen grabbed. The internet's forever. So here it is.
Okay.
Here's what this guy says.
So this tweet was put out by a guy that I've followed.
And by the way, I don't fucking know this guy's take at all. I just bookmarked it because I don't know what his perspective is.
Quite a bit, and he actually follows me. By the way, you can follow me too at Tiger Height. This is nothing bad, right? Just showing Tiffany Stratton with and without makeup. Okay, there's no opinion, no innuendo, no nothing. Just showing objective facts. But then Chelsea Green gets fucking involved and makes it about herself. Chelsea, you bitched and moaned that social media is not fun anymore. This is why you
and I will give, listen, I'll give, and obviously Chelsea deleted it for a reason. Or if she did, maybe I'm wrong. I don't fucking know, but I didn't see it when I was scrolling. I was doom scrolling while I had the photograph pulled up there. And her post was like 5.1K likes. It was the number one thing underneath the original post. But when you're a celebrity and you do this, you know a bunch of people are just going to jump on this dude and spread like everybody like advocates for mental health and shit like that until it comes to like bullying other people. And then they stop advocating for it, you know? They partake in it. But Chelsea Green said, a gorgeous, talented, successful young champion with and without makeup. Here's me without makeup. Now go ahead and show us your face. And that's the whole thing, dude. That is making it about yourself. Here's me without makeup. Like, she's trying to do this thing where it's like the slow clap or I love Chelsea Green. I know people are going to be like, what the fuck? But I put her over more than anybody. Okay. I put her over so much that I compare young talent coming up. I go, she's the next Chelsea Green. That's how good she is when I talk about like Ren Sinclair and shit. So I love Chelsea Green, but here's the thing. That was kind of making it about you in a weird way, especially after you were like, I just use my social media for fun and shit. And then you're like, here's me. And what she's trying to do, and I give her credit, she's trying to stand up behind her friend and go, it's like when Heel Uzi, everybody's like, who's Heel Uzi? And then I tweeted out, I'm Heel Uzi. And then everyone in the IWC dropped out, I'm Heel Uzi. I'm Heel Uzi. It's like the moment from Spider-Man. I'm Spider-Man. I'm Spider-Man. We're all Spider-Man. You know, this is New York. You mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. So go. So she was trying to stand behind her friends. So I give her credit for that. But yeah, it's like, here's me without makeup. It's like, well, who fucking asked?
do it to yourself. There was nothing in the original
or Spartacus, right, chat? You're absolutely right.
Post that said anything disparaging about Tiffany Stratton. Nothing. Nothing. Okay.
Yeah, and then I just think he made it worse though by being like, "Fuck all you guys," in the replies. If he was just like, "No, I think she's beautiful. I'm trying to show how beautiful she is both ways," he could have just copped out. But I think by the way what Machiavelli's response was, I think he knew what he was doing by posting that. He's catching on that wave of the wackos kind of going to war over the face cards being pulled and all that shit. So we covered Elbu. So this fucking sick freak right here. So Abaddon posts this photograph. I don't know if that's YouTube friendly. I gotta be honest. Right? So we'll just leave it small there. You guys can look at it, do with you will, take your fucking mental mind fat pictures. Some of you fucking sickos. I know that's what you're doing. And this guy, Adam Average Man's Reviews, goes, I just hope she doesn't mind when her fan base gets handsy is what or handy. A handy? A handy's like what you get. Is that like fucking what you do, or is that like what you give? Go. Handy, or I think he means handsy, but either way, he's probably mentally retarded. Just being honest, with this type of sick fucking shit he's talking about. This guy is probably pretty fucked up and doesn't do grammar good. For people who read really good. The Zoolander Academy for people who don't read good, or whatever the fuck. Meeting her because we know how much female wrestlers complain about it but don't do their part to stop it. Whoa, that's a guy who like kills guinea pigs or something. This is my response. So yeah, I don't know. They go back and forth with this sicko. Abaddon's like, what is wrong with you? No one should be touching anybody without consent. And then Rachel Ellering's like, hi there, just wanted to say fuck you. And he says, not really, because in the world of wrestling, well, so Abaddon, or he responds to what Abaddon said. And he says, not really, because in the world of wrestling, if you have been around long enough, you would know that female wrestlers have been getting inappropriately handy. No, dude. Just Ashley Massaro, pal. I'm sorry, that's morbid, but it's a callback. It's a comedy show. Handy with female wrestlers. My point, fans should be handy. What's in with this handy? He's handying himself while he's fucking typing this. But likewise, some responsibility is on the female wrestlers. Whoa, dude. It puts the lotion. Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me. It puts the lotion on its skin. This guy, are you a restart? And then he goes, this is my last response on this matter. I find it amusing that someone like myself makes a point without using adult language. Bro, handy super adult language. I promise you, this would probably, if you responded this shit under my shit, you get flagged. References, and the vast majority I get in return is insults and people wanting to do me harm. Yet you call me this. It puts it back in the basket. I can't believe people would approach me so inappropriately. This is how you tuck your dick before you fucking kidnap a woman by tricking her with a couch. Oh, help me. Oh. Oh man, I'm lit. I'm having a few drinks tonight, chat. What can I say? So yeah, I tweeted this out. I was like, the fact I can post this 13 hours ago and we still had a day's worth of faux outrage dirt sheet chuckle fucks run with this before catching on is ultra alarming. So yeah, Abaddon was just like, one day you will find out the hard way why this is not okay. So Vince McMahon allegedly engaged in sexual acts with Massaro in front of WWE talent. Again, I know I make the fucking it's jokes, guys, but listen, it's terribly sad, and I know some people are triggered by the way it was presented, but I'll reiterate what I said before. I'm just glad that it sort of validates shit that Paul London was saying and brings the real shit to light. Let's be honest here. So I talked about this earlier too. So, you know, Ricochet is responding like people are triggered over the gummy bears. Then Ricochet posts a gift of Stone Cold, a GIF, dummy, a GIF, whatever, GIF is the peanut butter. GIF is the thing online. That's what I always say. I don't always say that. I just made that up right now. But Stone Cold is like dumping food on Booker T. And Marcus says, can we all agree that fighting in the grocery store isn't the same thing as using gummy bears as a thumbtack substitute in a cage match? And then fucking Ricochet comes in, dude. Nerd alert. He's like, they didn't use gummy bears as tacks, you morons. Or you moron. The YBs, the Young Bucks, wanted to use tacks instead. The prop guys filled the bags with gummy bears because they're not afraid of the Young Bucks anymore because they're no longer EVPs. Right. But where did we establish that the production crew were scared because they hijacked the intro? Like, do you get why this is fucking terrible, fucking shit, garbage storytelling? And like, yes, I agree. People should, if they're watching the shows, they should be able to follow that aspect. It doesn't mean it's any good, but again, that would be me like straw manning an argument. Like, I know nobody's like, no, well, they are sort of saying it's not good, right? But it's just the fact Ricochet has to explain this to fucking people, and he's like, well, they're just fucking dumb losers. And it's like, no, bro, it's baby shit. Like, sometimes shit can be so simple. It's like Albert Einstein. He didn't know how to fucking tie his shoes. He had to use Velcros because his mind was so advanced. And I'm not saying like WWE fans are so advanced and AEW so simpleton, but man, AEW's like, no one watches Collision and shit, bro. Like, we got to start accepting this, that people don't like know the beats to the story. And we have a culture now where people are just reacting to the clips online because that's how they choose to consume AEW at all. And that's a fucking problem. And they should cater to that. But instead they're like, no, we're doing good on cable and shit. But anyways, Kingpin's like, Nick, unaware, emptied the bag expecting tax, only to find the gummy bears. Then, to take advantage of his confusion, Kenny and Tana ended up giving him an assisted bulldog into the bears, which would hurt no matter what. But because everyone is either literally stupid or they want to complain about something because it goes against your idiotic ideas on what wrestling is supposed to be. But no, Ricochet is right in his explanation. I'll give him that. And a bulldog would hurt, I suppose, even if it were on gummy bears and they weren't like ultra selling like, oh, it's gummy bears. But it's just the fact that it's more comedic, gaga. Like, you guys got to, Ricochet, got to understand, before you ever went to that company, let me take you back in time, Ricochet, okay? Before you ever went to that company, I don't know if this was pre or post, finger popping assholes and all that. I don't know. But they've had matches in AEW where people were thrown in like orange juice pools and shit, bro. So it's just like it's so goofy, right? You got to accept that part too. Anyway, so AEW Defender responds to Tony Khan. And before I read this, just remember what Meltzer said. Because people are obviously making fun of this guy for his imaginary girlfriend, which is the easy thing.
Poor people don't like AEW.
But I'm going to approach it on a different angle here. AEW Defender says, since I'm not subscribed to ROH, my girlfriend was under the impression we wouldn't be watching wrestling tonight. You totally just got me in trouble. Worth it. I don't know. That's like 40-year-old virgin shit. Yeah, the tits. It's like a sandbag. That's how that comes across to me. I don't know. BVE, big virgin energy, as they call it in the streets. But Defender, I thought poor people don't like AEW. You know what I mean? Like, why don't you have both? Why aren't you subscribed to ROH, Honor Club, and shit? If poor people don't like AEW, you're all rich, I thought, and high IQ. So CM Punk had to put this out. Stop touching strangers, please. That Morgan Moore girl was like, I'm going to fucking grope him and shit like that again. She's a real fucking sicko. And again, CM Punk probably getting his dick grabbed and all that shit in Europe, So that was our last little bit there, but we do have some clips to watch. Who's ready for clips? Clips. So here's the never-ending story. Here is Conan responding to Vince Russo's Twitter insults. And let's try and get through this. If this fucking triggers me, if Disco's pissing me off, Disco Inferno here. If I might have to flip this off. But again, I did a show where with Bin Hameen, with Jeff Lane, with Husey and myself, and we talked about the feud between K100, the very real feud between K100 and the brand. And so this is sort of like Conan's response to the heat they've been getting from fucking Vince Russo on Twitter.
And basically we had said that was the reason we commented is something obviously Vince would say. All right. So Joe, pull up the next tweet. Okay, so then, all right, this week, the original emailer sent us in an apology because he said that, like, okay, he did what he posted was a quote from Rhea Ripley from 3 years ago. Okay, that Vince said Rhea Ripley isn't over, an actual quote. All right, so Vince did say that. So when he set the record and says he'd never said that and something, it's like, wait a minute, you did say this. It's like, so our point of like, we were commenting on it because that is something you would obviously say is absolutely correct. So there's no like, Matt, just because you did say it 3 years ago. Okay, so
3 years ago.
Then Jeff Blaine says they can never bash Meltzer or dirt cheats when their source of news is a mailbag in the Facebook group and they don't fact check anything. Well, it's like you guys should have fact checked yourself.
Here's the thing, man. I look at K100 as more of like a gossipy talking shit show, more in the vein of mine than like, oh, we're going to break news. When Billy Boy, when he was on there breaking the hot news, that was one thing, but that's not really a thing anymore,
Because to set the record, you said Vince never said that. But he did say that 3 years ago. To set the record would have been saying, I said that 3 years ago, but that's not my opinion today. That would have been setting the record straight. Is that so? Are we on the right page? Am I being pretty simplistic in my explanations here? Would everybody agree with this, Joe? You and Conan?
Yeah, I got you.
Coney,
And Feeney, we were trying to get him on the show and shout him out. He's probably busy or whatever, but on the Husey show, I fucking stood up for Feeney too a little bit. Well, I didn't stand up for him. It was just a matter of like, so poor Feeney's just trapped in the middle and he's getting heat. And Jeff Lane was like, yeah, he's like, listen, I don't hate Feeney. He's like, but I fucking went off on Feeney. I implore you all to check that out.
You agree? This is pretty easy to follow along. Show the next tweet. So I said, okay, I am not wrong. Rhea Ripley is not over as a headline reported of something you said and claimed you didn't. You should have fact checked yourself. The fact would have been, I might have said it since all day. All I do is bury WWE for years now. So then the funny thing is, Joe, pull that tweet under it. Don't take those down.
Well, I have to change it individually when I change the screen.
Well, just keep up the one you had. Okay. So since no,
hey, Disco, let him produce the show.
No, don't go back to the other one I just had. All right. So then the one under that. I said those exact words today on the last episode of Time Out that I recorded without you today. The fact is that you and Conan framed it like I just made that statement about her today. You know it and I know it. Okay, wait a second, dude. You said last week you didn't say it. Now you're moving the goalposts. Okay, when you didn't realize you had actually said it before. You're moving the goalposts and said that we're trying to frame it like you said today.
This is like a fucking 7th grader argument against each other. And there's people who legit, like Vince Russo's like, I can't even do my job with Disco anymore, bro.
You didn't even know that you hadn't said it yet. So how would we know? So like we reported something that you said, which you obviously said. And that's it. That's the discussion. But they're trying to say now that we should have known that he said that 3 years ago when he didn't even know he said that 3 years ago. It's so something like, bro, this guy's freaking out. I'm like, dude, whatever. He keeps calling us shills. I want a job there. Let's fast forward. Okay, when I die and I've never worked for the WWE, you can put on my grave. I was never looking for a job there, right? But I'm not going to go work there.
When I die, fuck it, I want to go to hell. Because I'm a piece of shit. It ain't hard to fucking tell.
I make enough money doing this, but I just want to get that out that Vince and Jeff they're trying to move the goalpost now after saying that he never said it. Now he's saying, I did say it, but it was 3 years ago. Well, you should just said that right off the bat and there'd be no problem here. That's all you had to say. I said that 3 years ago. But now they're still mad at us because we're framing it like you said today. It's like, yeah, because we thought that's something you would say today, and so did you. Except you didn't think you'd ever said it. So whatever. So that's I just want to get that out of the way.
I didn't
Now
say
we're
it. You said it.
done with that finally.
Did you want to talk about the last tweet or no?
What does say? Well, he's talking about the 3 years ago thing. It's just stupid. He's
So
moving
he
the goalposts.
actually-
He's changing the whole thing from him saying I never said it to say, okay, I did say it 3 years ago, but you tried to. It's like, come on, dude. You said you never said it, but you had.
Who fucking cares?
Said it before, which is what we thought that's something that you would say, which you had. Period. This is the end of the discussion here.
So he actually canceled timeout, though. You're no longer doing a show with Vince.
Yeah, so this was for real, and I thought like they were working this whole bit, and then Jeff Lane gets on the thing, and we're about to go live, and Jeff's like, "No, this is real, dude." Like this, it was funny too. I opened Hughesy's show doing fucking my Vince Russo impression to Jeff. I'm like, just get him to pop, and I think I made him chuckle a little bit, but I was kind of nervous doing it to him. I didn't want to go too hard, so I don't know if it was my best efforts, but he's a cool guy. But he was like, no, this shit's for real. And I'm like, damn. And then I find out as we're doing the stream, like, yeah, this is legit. And Disco, I believe, confirms it here. Like they canceled their fucking show that I think was popular. I think that was one of their shows, or the show that got the most numbers on the brand or whatever. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I think that's what Jeff said. He can correct me.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. Vince is like trying to talk to a brick wall, you know? Like we could talk. Television has a WWE done, Joe.
Well, Raw started in '93.
So how many thousands? It's well over thousands of shows, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I want to read you just a small sample size here. This is the argument that they're forwarding. Okay, so to make it simple for people to understand, right? The Miami Dolphins year 2023, Conan, that's one of your teams, right?
Right.
Okay, against Los Angeles, they scored 36 points. Game 2 against New England, they scored 24 points. Game 3 against Denver, they scored 70 points. Game 4 against Buffalo, they scored 20. Game 5 against New York, they scored 31. Game 6 against Carolina, 42. Game 7 against Philadelphia, 17. Bro, their argument is saying like they scored 17 points against Philadelphia. That'd be like saying, bro, they're down 53 points from their scoring because they scored 70 points.
That's a pretty fucking cooked analogy. I don't think Disco, love you, bud, but I mean, I don't know if that's the fucking analogy. I get what he's getting at, right? Like WWE has had 10 million people watching them, and then they've had fucking 30 million on Closer, Andre versus Hogan. They had 1 million watching, 2 million, you know what I mean? They've been all over the place. Now, where I think the better analogy, or I don't even know if it's an analogy, just like, okay, the debut show on Netflix did 5 point whatever million. Ever since then, they've done like the same number, like 2.89, whatever the fuck million. In the 2 million plus, essentially, is what they've done every show since. So if they can maintain that, and like Netflix fucked up, or maybe they didn't, maybe they're like, no, it's not worth it for all the PLEs and all that shit, with the ESPN deal and all that stuff. So who fucking knows? There's a lot of people, like I'll give Ben Hameen points where he's like, listen, there's a reason people aren't jumping. Like some of these streamers like didn't jump to keep fucking WWE, and they had to go to ESPN and all this shit. But I also look at it as WWE's plan, I think, is to go as global as possible. And when it's like Netflix, ESPN, like that's just all the mainstream of the mainstream sports and entertainment, cream of the crop, global. I think that's like their long-term vision for it. And they're making like insane fucking deals. So Disco's right in that they're making the biggest deals of like all time. Therefore, you could argue it's like the biggest it's ever been, especially with social media impressions. If you factor in social media and how much people just watch it online, you could argue there's more fans than the Attitude Era and shit. Now, I'm not going to sit there and make these arguments because I'm not Dave Meltzer. I'd be talking out of my ass. I'd have to really research that. I don't know. But if you made that argument, though, if someone's like, no, dude, they did 70 million on this one clip. Tell me another time 70 million. Yeah, but the same person watched it 5 times. Yeah, but even so, if you divide by I don't know. That's where Switchblade, someone fucking smarter than me, Dave Meltzer, has got to come in, add 30%, flip it and reverse it, all that shit, and then figure it out. But I just don't think it's doom and gloom for WWE. I think it's the opposite, and we see that in the way that like Hollywood will go on pause for WWE now. Hollywood's hurting and shit. It is. Let's be honest. They're hurting as well. So it's like, how much of that is them reducing themselves down? Like, have they stepped down to pro wrestling's level, or has pro wrestling stepped up? I think it's a meet in the middle. And why do I think that? Because the sellouts and everything. Like, if they weren't selling out, you'd have a fucking case to make. But it's the fact that everywhere they go, they're charging up the ass insane numbers and they're selling out insane numbers. It's like, you can't really argue with how popular WWE is right now. I don't give a fuck if someone watches 1 million on Raw. Like, people don't get it. If AEW had 500,000 viewers on Dynamite, but they were going to fucking 10,000 seaters and selling them out every fucking, like, no one could clown that. We'd all be like, fuck, man, those max numbers must be real, but we can't. It doesn't matter because the attendances aren't there. That's why with WWE, it's like, yeah, there's the streaming numbers, but do you know how many people just consume shit in almost every section of entertainment? The majority of people consume shit just online as much as possible. Does that make sense, guys? So like, how many... The cord cutters, exactly. So WWE, if there's an abundance of cord cutters that are exponentially, invisibly growing AEW's numbers, then that means you could say tenfold for WWE's, and they might be bigger than even they've ever been before. It's hard to measure. But ultimately, the houses, I think, and the record-setting fucking deals, and the ESPN, and the different countries that are, all of those things, I think we can point to and go, we can quantify, we can use that shit to quantify or come to the conclusion they're doing really fucking well and are super popular right now. That's just my opinion. I don't know.
It's 5 weeks ago. That's how stupid that argument is. No, you average 30 points a game, which is like their basic average. They try to fudge numbers and like, I don't know, man. It's like hopeless what they're trying to do. They're trying to, paint this picture that the WWE sucks, which is in this landscape when they're making so much money and keep getting raises, keep making deals, keep getting raises on their rights fees. Bro, the ESPN couldn't even wait to start the beginning of the year now, Cody. You see that? ESPN starting their shows like in September. It's like
next Saturday, isn't
it? Yeah. I'm like, no, it's in September, isn't it? September 20th, I thought.
Yeah, it's like a month.
Okay, yeah, you're right. The one that's competing with the AEW show, yeah.
All right, well, speaking of WWE, let's get into
let me ask real quick. So, Joe...
Yeah, no, Disco's absolutely right. I agree with him fully on this. And I do understand, though, the argument on, like, Ben Hameen and Jeff Lane's side and shit. Like, yeah, it's down from the Netflix debut, but that was like a PLE. That was like a fucking... hey, you need to tune in to see this fucking thing. Monday Night Raw on Netflix, it was just like a celebrity affair with The Rock and shit.
Think about this whole thing. I know you're a big admirer of Jeff Lane because you guys both do the same thing, but what do you think about this whole thing?
I think that they were way too touchy about it. They know how the show rolls, and Vince has known Disco for decades. He's known you for decades. Nobody's taking personal shots. Nobody's trying to harm their business, which is, I think, how Jeff kind of framed it. Like when you say people are leaving, you make it sound like this.
Yeah, Jeff went off and he was like, well, now this is like affecting people getting paid and shit. And so he went off on Feeney, but he's like, I don't wish any ill will towards him, but let's hear Feeney's response here.
I was just trying to find out from our audience what the problem was.
Read all the letters.
Right, because we had heard that from people saying, well, Vince is too negative. I said, okay, well, explain to me what made you leave the brand. And someone wrote in, and Jeff was like, now you're fishing for negativity against our show, and it could hurt the business and stuff. So
Well,
I just
look,
think
you
they
can make
Yeah.
make up an excuse for anything. You can justify anything. You can be offended by anything. I mean, but at the end of the day, this actually started because we got like 2 letters in 2 weeks about complaining about Vince. And I don't think we'd ever gotten that. So I asked, what's the problem over there? More people started to write in. Of course, now they look at it as us fishing for negativity because they think we have something against them. But
well, I mean, 2 people. Just ignore that shit.
Let me explain something to Vince. The reason I don't answer him back on Twitter, and bro, I could bury you like you have no idea. I'm very poisonous when I want to be, is because, and I've said this before, and this holds true. For you to insult me, I must value your opinion, and I don't. I really don't know what you say about me. You're bringing up the fact that we're shills and we're this and we're that, and you're taking it somewhere else just to make yourself look good because, and Disco used a word that I've been using for years with you, which is drama queen. You're always a victim. You're never wrong. Everybody's against you. You're always right, and sometimes you need to be self-introspective. We have nothing against you or Jeff, but Jeff, bro, don't come at me with your lame, limp, nothing happening. Nobody knows who you are.
Jesus
or
Christ.
Before you got on Vince's show, and even then, the only people that know you are the brand members. Shut your pie hole, bro. No heat with Vince.
Oh my God.
Right? Really, no heat with Vince. But I will say this to Vince. It's very striking to me that when everybody piled up on you, Disco always defended you. All he's telling you is the truth. Bro, he told me, and I brought this up yesterday. He told me the truth about a month ago when he said, hey, your commentary on When Worlds Collide was not good. Did I scream? Did I stop talking to him? Did I call you in private and say, hey, I can't believe you buried me on the show? Did I tell Joe, hey, take that out of there? No. He was right. And you got to.
Guys, it's all content. Like, they're all both about drama, both sides of it. Who start some drama? No drama, so don't pull on my hand, boy. You ain't my man, boy. Listen, it's all content. It's all content. We're all content, essentially. Whether you're fucking interviewing someone, whether you're talking about someone else, whether you're talking about this happened in the news. Well, what was it? It was people doing shit. Or this guy did this thing. Did you see this show? Oh, what is it comprised of? People who animated a thing, people who acted in a thing. It's all just people reacting to people. That's all anything is. That's all any TV's ever been. You're reacting to people pretending to be other people. I'm a dude playing a dude who forgets he's a real dude. So I don't know, like, whatever. And I love Conan and these guys over here. Over here now. I love the K100 boys. But like I don't know, just like, oh, you guys just only do the drama. Everybody only does the drama. That's all anyone does, okay?
Be truthful to yourself.
What are songs about? People doing shit? Other people? Hey, man, oh, it's a sweet book. What's it about? Like some guy did some shit, and then some shit happened to this other guy, and then the two guys became friends, and then they did some shit. Like, that's what everything is. Everything is just people doing shit, okay? Hello?
And that's the problem with you guys. You're too sensitive. It's cool for you to bury him and make this giant puppet of him and all the other that you've done to him, and he takes it in good nature because that's the type of person he is. But far be it for him to call you out on something which you're actually wrong on, and then you do this. But there will be no tit for tat on Twitter. Any comments I make, I'll make on the show.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yo, what's up?
Hell yeah. I thought K-Dog was going to like start screaming and shit, So speaking of screaming and shit, and I have no comment on that. I don't know. I'll get Jeff Lane. I'll DM him and see if he'll come on the show. And now I said it out in the public, so the pressure's on. No, he's a cool guy. It was good to meet him. We have Joey Ryan. Okay. and he popped his Weasley head. I didn't watch this video, but he made a fucking video called "What is Cancel Culture?" Now, listen, you guys know, if you guys subscribe to my channel, Phil Marks Out, or you hear me on this show, I talk about, like, listen, man, there's so many people on one side of things that is like, everything's woke and gay, it sucks. And then there's a bunch of people on the other side that are like, we're canceled and I'm canceled. And then they end up using that shit to try and, like, market their shit. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, how many comedians have you seen? I'm canceled, and then you get a Netflix special called Canceled. You know? How are you? What does that mean? What does any of this shit mean? What does woke mean? You guys just call everything woke. I don't even fucking know what the fuck that means anymore. So Joey Ryan, like, just fucking like a decade. I'm sorry, I'm so tired with this shit, but it's like 5 years. When did the culture war? Are we still culture warring, guys? Right? Like, you're just late. What is cancel culture? I'm just a simple guy. I'm just a kid, and life is a nightmare. Life is unfair. You're not the boss of me now. Look how he's dressed. You're not the boss of me now. You're not the boss of me now, and you're not so big. What are you trying to accomplish with this? I don't mean to go vicious on Joey Ryan, but, like, what is this? What is cancel culture? Fucking 7 years ago. No, not that long ago. Like, you get, like, come on, man. There's still people doing it. There's still, and now people, like, you got Cracker Barrels getting canceled over their logos and shit. You know, things are still getting canceled, but what does that really mean? You know, I just think, like, people are like, hey, man, we just want dudes who do sus shit out of fucking wrestling. I think that's all anybody wants. It's not, you ain't canceled. You know, maybe dude did get fired from his fucking Disney job or whatever. I don't know. I'd have to follow up on that. I don't mean to be so cold-blooded towards Joey Ryan, but recently we covered, he, like, popped up and he was going to do this wrestling show. And I guess the promoter as well, who booked him, is questionable. Allegedly. I'll throw an allegedly out there. I don't know.
Allegedly.
Right? And then people were like, yo, get the fuck out of here. Like, we don't want you here. We don't like your kind round hair. And he made this video like a week later, cancel culture, and he responds in the comments and shit. So, and he gets like 2 likes. Here's his 2 likes. I don't mean to clown it. He has 21.3K, but 1.2K views. Like, I probably cleared that on a Meltzer video today. And not to, like, you know, I got 7K subs. I grind hard for them. I know the YouTube. I'm not clowning on anybody. And I did give Joey Ryan a follow because I'm like, he's making content. It's not like I can't keep my eyes on some shifty characters, you know? Like, I followed him. I was like, oh, he has a Twitter? I'll just give it a follow because fuck it. He's making content, and if I can laugh at it or whatever, or dissect what he's saying. Some people went at him saying, you just have a victim mentality. I'm curious to see. I'm curious, George. So 34 likes only, so probably got ratioed, probably, you know, got a bunch of dislikes in the hundreds there. So maybe not the hundreds, on 1.2K views. Like, that's a flop, you know? And think about it. This guy was going to get a huge push in AEW, you know? So yeah, let's take a listen to what this
cancel culture gets called a lot of things, but
and this seems so theater kiddish. This is like my fucking freshman drama class.
cancel culture gets called a lot of things, but at its core, it's a modern day public shaming. One tweet, one headline, one rumor, someone's whole life changes. It's not.
No, wait. Was there rumors with Joey? I thought he was pretty cut and dry. He was like the poster boy of, like, it's pretty cut and dry what happened here. But again, I'm not throwing around accusations. This is South Park. I'm not a fucking lawyer. None of this is even real. Okay?
justice, it's spectacle. Sometimes it targets celebrities or influencers, but it's not about being famous. It can happen to anyone, friends, coworkers, neighbors. Anyone can become a target.
And yeah, I don't want anyone to be wrongly accused of anything, but bro, you're trying to explain cancel culture to people in 2020 fucking 5.
Dummy, yeah.
Like, we all don't know. Like, we're all so fucking tired of hearing about this
Oh, come
shit.
on now, Eric.
And you're gonna explain it like a theater kid? Oh, how it works. And don't forget, guys, I'm from Los Angeles. If you want to book me for films, here's my gag reel for a cuck role in Maitland Ward's next fucking epic corno drama.
It usually starts when someone says or does something that people don't like. The response is that they're unfollowed, boycotted, cut off, or sometimes even fired. It all plays out on social media where it's loud, fast, and completely out of control.
So the loud, fast, and completely out of control social media behavior that made you go viral, that gave you, good sir, 11 million total views on your channel, from you flipping dudes with your dick and suplexing chicks by their titties and all this shit. So it was cool then, but when it's like, yo, this guy's actually an asshole, then it's just savagery and not cool.
People mistake this for justice, but justice requires evidence, a dialogue, a chance for repair.
I do agree with that.
This is something else.
But here's the thing. Here's what these fucking... This is why these comedians, it's like, I'm canceled. Then they sell out a theater and do a comedy thing that they sell to Netflix. You're not canceled. That's the most uncanceled thing fucking ever. So Joey, this is why maybe you are canceled. I don't fucking know. The term's stupid, but this is what I'm saying. No one wants to pay tickets to see. You can beg and moan and cry all you want. It's not going to make, we're 48 seconds in. Fuck. You're not going to fucking guilt me to paying a ticket to see your dumbass wrestle again. After what the fucking, all the shit that came out was, and you were dick flipping people in the first place. And it was a hard sell in the first place. Hard sell? Oh, is that like what you used to call it? Oh, it was a hard sell. It was a hard fucking get around for your average person. And they had all the dicks come out at All In or whatever the fuck, All Out. You were going to be like a staple in AEW. Think about how much more goofier it would have been. Dicks in Mimosas matches? Is that what it would have been?
A rush to judgment. Accusations become guilt. Punishment comes before understanding. One post.
Okay, now there is a such thing as mob mentality, which can create distortion. Let's look at his assessment of this.
Where not spreads like wildfire. Assumptions take over, details get distorted, and the more dramatic it sounds, the faster it spreads. This momentum creates a mob mentality with people piling on, convinced that what they're doing is the right thing, even when they don't know all the details. And once somebody is dehumanized, it's hard to get their humanity back.
Okay, now I don't want to go there. It's like accusations. I'm asking fucking Grok, what did Joey Ryan do to get canceled factually? I look and see it's factually. And let's just see what Grok says, even though this isn't always accurate either. Okay, guys? Because it's like, I'm confused here. I thought this was like cut and dry. No. He faced cancellation primarily due to allegations of SM and H that emerged during the speaking out movement in 2020. Multiple women accused him of SA and inappropriate behavior, with over a dozen claims supported by wrestlers like Joey Janela, Tony Deppen, and Ryan Nemeth. So when he's like, hold on, what did he just say here? This is what made me grok it, because I'm like, what did he say here? Where I was like, hold on a second.
And Once somebody is dehumanized, it's hard to get their humanity.
So dehumanized, like the girls who had to grab your dick in the ring, maybe? I don't know.
Back.
I'm reading it here. If this is factual, challenge Grok, debate Grok on PWT Joey Ryan. You versus Grok. I'll moderate.
Cancel culture doesn't ask what happened. It asks, who can we punish and how loud can we be while doing it? It's like the scarlet letter. One mistake becomes an entire identity. The scarlet A isn't on fabric, but it's pinned.
One mistake. There is over a dozen claims. Do we have to fact check what a dozen is, Joe? Maybe it's something different in fucking Los Angeles than it is up here in Igloo Land. But what the fuck? Like, that's, you know. And then a bunch of dudes corroborated it. A half dozen corroborated the over a dozen that said some shit, bro. I don't know, man. Again, I'm not like you're not I'm not like, hey, you can't get a job at fucking wherever. I don't care. I'm not following your life. Or I guess I am now. I just said I followed you on X, so I guess we'll keep updated on Joey Ryan. Probably not really. But yeah, it's just this whole like, what is cancel culture? I don't know how much more I can listen to this theater. We're like a minute and a half in, right? So it's like, what are the chapters here? He has the witch trial. Here, let's look at this. The witch trial parallel. The witch trial. They actually took me to Bohemian Grove before they canceled me. I was on Epstein's Island, and the first thing we did is we took a blood oath, and they showed me that Tupac was still alive. And it's the witch trial when they threatened to burn me at the stake.
It's the
if I
same
didn't
logic.
comply.
It's the same in witch trials. Accusations equal guilt. Outrage equals proof. Back then, it was whispers of witchcraft, and today it's tweets, it's headlines, and rumors, all taken out of context.
Yeah, it's witch trials, bro.
The punishment is social exile. And just like in Salem, the fear of being next keeps people silent. Often it's about clout. A call out becomes a
It's about clout. No one's getting clout. I'm probably losing viewers covering your ass.
Shortcut for moral
I'm unfollowing this motherfucker. What was I thinking?
And even if
This is like not even lolcow. It's kind of sad. You guys know what I mean? It's like past the point of like lolcow. Or maybe, I don't know. You know what? We're gonna see. Let me play we'll feel this out. It's like double dutch here at PWT, okay? This could become a long-term one of the fools, but
moral line is
one of our sillies.
Is dangerous, and suddenly they're disposable. If the truth can't be discredited, then the person's character comes under attack instead. No due process, no context, no repair. People demand apology statements not as steps towards healing, but as proof of submission. That's not justice, that's performance under duress, where silence is seen as guilt and defense is seen as defiant. There's no right answer, only the appearance of surrender.
Again, I don't know what he did or didn't do, so I could go a lot harder on him.
Groveling
with all this talk of like surrender and power over people. Fucking the volume of women that over a dozen means is pretty crazy, dude. It's not like a one person said some shit and you're like, hey, that's fucked, and then everyone ran with it. That's like a lot of people.
You only accept
it's like almost 20. Over a dozen? What does that mean? Like 15 or like 17? Like what are we talking? Like 14? What are we talking here, dude?
Full response, but even that isn't enough.
Almost 20? Almost 20. Okay.
Real accountability matters, but it must come with fairness, with nuance, with the opportunity for growth. Accountability without process becomes control, a punishment ritual posing as progress. It doesn't stop with the person being canceled. their friends, loved ones.
This is what a lot of these dudes do is they start going like, oh, the canceled club, am I right? Hey, we were all canceled, right? Chris D'Elia, let's be friends and fucking try. Right? We were all canceled, right? We were just wrongly canceled, guys. Huh? Right, buddies? We're all friends. I'm on your side now. And then the people are like, yeah, fuck the canceling. Come and support them and shit. But I just think everyone's tired of this shit. This is such a lame thing to try and even get into now. You can't do this whole, it was canceled, Ben Shapiro, it's woke. It's fucking, that shit is just falling off, I feel like. I don't know. That's just me personally.
Colleagues, anybody who won't cut ties gets caught up in it too.
I don't know. I've heard enough of this asshole. I don't want to keep going with this. I'm so sorry. I can't do the whole fucking thing. He's such a prick. Just the smug, like fake. I rehearsed this 14 times. This is take number 5. You know, like, get the fuck out of here. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the sicko segment. Okay, we got one more. You guys know what it is. I want to see fucking flutes in the chat. This has been a long show. Where have we gone here? 4 hours almost. We got to see flutes in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. You all know what time it is. That was fun. I had a fucking blast with that sicko segment. Went a little long there, but I did want to try and give Joey Ryan a chance, but I knew I was going to get triggered real quick on that one. Okay, so let's see what chat's saying. Super Saiyan. I'm gonna go out one in the air. You haven't gone at least a dozen hours. You're fine and won't be canceled. This reads as, please hire me. He announced he had to get treatment for being obsessed to get out of taking accountability initially. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm obsessed with fucking. It's like, well, who isn't? Look how many people there are on Earth, bro. It's about like controlling fucking, like, yeah, it would be awesome to just throw my feet up and get blackout drunk every fucking day. Can't do that. You gotta show it's called self-control and just being decent, son. You gotta fucking, it's funny. We live in funny times. It definitely screams of like, hey, if you're one of those fucking canceled guys, book me on your territory type thing. Okay, what else? I like fucking. Everyone. So does everybody. The fuck are you talking about? Well, fucking assault people or whatever the fuck they're saying happened, like a dozen people. I'll look into each one. Not, definitely not gonna do, but anyways, yeah, hope you guys are having a good time. This has been a great show for me. I've had a fucking blast. Over 300 of you watching. If you guys are on Twitter, you guys can come over to my YouTube, hit like, hit subscribe. I hope you had fun. And I do a member show every Monday. You can consider becoming a member for only 99 cents. You get access to the bonus show. I go live every Wednesday, Saturday. Tomorrow I'll be live for Clash in Paris whenever there's a PLE. Usually I'm kicking it with you guys. And yeah, I had a blast. Yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Let's get flutes in the chat. We're going to roast Dave before we get out of here tonight. 626 for 2 says, sitting on the fence hurts balls. Pick a side. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I think, yeah, I don't know. I try to give everybody their due. Which I think you have to do. I present both sides and then I'll fucking just attack, or I'll tackle rather what I think the pressing issue is or how I feel. And I think I make my position pretty clear. But I try to give people their due. I just try to be fair. That's all you can do, right? That's what he's crying about. No one's fair. Are you sure, dude? Are you sure a lot of fucking women aren't just creeped out by you, dog? You know what I mean? So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get flutes in the chat. Thank you, 626. I always appreciate your support. So that guy was the worst dick softening snore. Yeah, time for RVD. Pick a hand. No more horn dog, man. Yeah, that's done. It's just done. It's a dead thing, too. Like, oh, we're going to bring dicks. I'm going to dick flip them. Is that what he thinks is going to happen? You're going to get that over again? Really? I don't think so, man. I think you're just behind the times with all that shit. And it's, yeah, I don't know. And it seems so fake and phony. Big fat phony. That's why I just don't take it seriously for 1 second. And I feel like I'm okay ripping on that. And I'm not being like, shitty towards him. Anyways, so let's get into, ladies and gentlemen, everyone's favorite segment. And it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. Meltzer
Just in,
fears.
we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
So Dave Meltzer had this to say about, again, trashing Blake Monroe. Him and Brian, they've been trashing Blake Monroe since she's come to WWE for no reason. They're building her up in their system with a new name. They can't just push her to the moon like Tony did. It's awesome she got a big push. She was entertaining as fuck in AEW, but they can't do that to WWE fans. It just won't work that way. She'll get more over in the long run this way, Dave, you asshole, and you know that if you study the business. And then Jeff Cobb, so what Dave's doing is he's seeing online that now the fucking WWE fans are shitting on JC Mateo, Jeff Cobb lately. They've been shitting on him a lot. And even myself as well, since his whole debut with the Bloodline. And it's nothing personal against him, but it's just generic. I just don't think I think Bronson Reed was already over, and they established him as like in the Bloodline. So I've fucking talked so much about it, I'm not going to do it again. But JC, yeah, he sort of just falls in line behind Jacob. Like Jacob overshadows these guys. At least with Braun, Jacob doesn't automatically overshadow Braun. And then you could have built JC up over on Raw with Paul Heyman and shit. I don't know. Hire me. That's all I'm saying. But no. But this is what Dave had to say, just sort of burying them. I know he thinks he's doing good here, but he just buries people when he thinks he's like putting shit over or stooging. It never helps anybody involved is ultimately what I'm getting at. But Dave said, some people going to WWE is the right move, and Blake Monroe and Jeff Cobb, I'm not so sure about those two. Actually, it's not looking to me when I see how those two have been doing. I know that Cobb didn't want to go to AEW, so it's the only other choice. But you never know how he would do in AEW because so many guys are there, Brian. The top guys. No, we know how he'd be Josh Alexander, but probably booked less. There's so much talent that some guys are on the bench, but it's hard for me to believe he would do worse in AEW. Disagree. Hard disagree. He'd be like the same or lower. Dude, with the Bloodline comes like those MFT shirt sales and shit. We just saw all the people crying about Solo losing the belt because that Bloodline shit has like its own following and he's inserted into it. It's like being put in the NWO. I'm not saying he's making like money hand over fist, but he's definitely getting more eyeballs than it would be if he was just like a guy on the roster in AEW. No matter what he does in WWE, he's better off there. Dave says, I would have thought Blake's talent is more suited for WWE, and maybe in the long run it will be, but she's not getting she had a great storyline in AEW, and here they're trying to give her a great storyline, and it ain't great. That's for sure. So, yeah, Dave just burying Blake in there for no fucking reason. I guess talking about AEW talent who've gone over. Yeah, it's not great, but I don't know if it has to be great yet. Right now. Like, Dave just wants it all at once. He's one of these fucking marks that wants everything all at once. So Julian Weeks posted about, he just owned Dave, and he's like, Dave spoke on the ticket sales for Clash in Paris as if they were poor. Meanwhile, they're about to do 30K plus. So the updated ticket sales for this, it's ridiculous. I think they're at like 35K or like around there. And so Dave was like, oh, it's not going to sell out. It's struggling to sell tickets. And then like the same day you look and it says that they're selling like 30K plus. And I think I put a tweet out there saying, I'm confident I did, saying like, okay, when people see this with Dave and then they just like go listen to him, like for the people who subscribe to this motherfucker, they probably all have me pre-blocked like Dave. It's like you hear him say shit like that, then you just look at what's going on and you go, yeah, let me keep subscribing to this guy. Let me keep fucking believing anything he has to say. It's pretty crazy. And Shadow Clash in Paris tomorrow. I can't wait tomorrow morning. So here is Dave Meltzer shitting on, or I don't know what he's doing. Oh, he's blowing the 2300 arena show to death. Meanwhile, he wouldn't do the same for the NXT show that had great hardcore matches and a bunch of legend appearances, etc. Let's listen to Dave and Brian.
I thought
first
the show
of mini in the ECW arena.
I thought the show was awesome. I liked almost every segment. A lot of surprises. You know, when he booked the 2300 arena, I mean, this show was what he was looking for. You know, you get that vibe that, you know, he remembers.
See, Dave is trying to artificially tell you the feeling. It's that same thing. Dave is like, he wasn't there in the building, so how the fuck would he know? This was the vibe. This was the show, that feeling that he had as a kid at ECW that WWE owns. You fucking dipshit. You jet black hair dipshit. No, I'm just joking. I'm not, though. Shout out Drew McIntyre. Some people can rock it. Some people, yeah. Dave, don't claymore me, bro. Big fan. Dave fucking is just like artificially inseminating his own asshole with this shit. And sorry to be so vulgar and descriptive, but he's just blowing himself. Like, this is fake. I don't even remember what happened on that show. I got to be honest. Nothing memorable, too crazy memorable, at least. That's where like Edge was going through the crowd and was like, he gets no hose or whatever. Is that show? Is that the same? I can't remember. Either way, Dave is like, it had that feeling, you know, when Spike Dudley was tossed in the crowd, when the chairs were thrown, when the heads were thrown, even. No, you're just like saying this to try and create this narrative in online chatter about that being the case when it's not the case at all.
From being 13 years old, going to that arena. I remember going to that arena. Yeah, and they're doing 7 shows between now and September 11th. They're doing the Ring of Honor on Friday night. They're doing Saturday night Collision, and they're back Wednesday, and all through, you know, every TV. I mean, as far as like
he's trying to paint it like this residency. It was like the old ECW that week. I mean, what an era.
Great matches, great angles, great.
I even I even took the hex code of my hair dye job, Brian. I know exactly the formula.
Build. This was really a hell of a show.
It's just 0000. What's black? What's the code for black again? Or is that white? 00000, Brian.
No, I just thought this was like a home run show.
Good show.
I thought
that's pretty funny. So here we have, how much will John Cena versus Brock Lesnar hurt AEW All Out? Now Dave is going nuts. Now I fucked up on this show, and I know Dave is listening. We know you're listening.
Just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
A writer for the Observer website fucking thanked me. I destroyed him. And he's like, thank you for promoting our show, or like our product, or whatever the fuck he was trying to say to me. I was like, you guys are doing 50% off, bro. I wouldn't be thanking me. But either way, I gave Meltzer an idea earlier in the show. I said, look, if AEW licks off this pay-per-view, if they can get All Out to be their first pay-per-view on Max, then Dave can fudge the numbers again and be like, well, it was actually really strong against WrestlePalooza, Brian. He will, and he's gonna do that, and I gave him the idea. So I fucked up.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
But at the same time, maybe he is really running scared and he isn't listening to this. So don't give him any ideas, chat. But yeah, if All Out is on pay-per-view on the fucking Max thing, he can just lie about the numbers and did really well comparatively. I mean, or he can just be like, more people watched it live that night than on the replay. Actually, there was a surge in ESPN replay buys. Like, he can just do some fake shit that no one can verify. And BJ Bethel will be like, yeah, I heard that too. And so I just gave Dave a great idea, but in case he didn't hear this, and don't stooge it, chat, it's just between us. He's really fucking worried about WrestlePalooza. And let's hear his thoughts on what Cena and Lesnar are going to do to his precious wubs.
You really want to do Adam Page and Mark Briscoe against head-to-head Brock Lesnar and John Cena?
I think they're going to have a great.
Is that what it is? Mark Briscoe and Adam fucking Page?
I don't know.
Is that actually what it is?
The best
chat?
guys, Tony Khan.
I've been so like not interested in AEW. I watch the shows. I just don't care. It's just background fodder. Is it Page versus Briscoe at All Out? I cannot believe that.
All Out card, and I think it's going to be fine.
They're not going to do that well. I'll tell you right now, they are not doing well on that night. I mean, I think that's a lock. I don't know how low it gets, but they're not doing.
How low can you go? How low can you go? How low can you go with that hair dye, with that hairline? Born to hand jive, baby.
Anywhere close to what they usually do. It's impossible. It's not. This is not a night where you can pick and choose. You got a 5-hour show and probably a 4.5 hour show head to head.
Dude, Meltzer melting down, man. I'm telling you, he's a cyborg. I'm gonna watch them fucking head to head here at PWT with you guys. So make sure you're locked in September 20th here at PWT. We're gonna have them both on 2 screens, and we're gonna call it down the line, like referee Nick Patrick would do.
Want to watch both? You're going to be up till 4:30 in the morning. Ain't going to happen. And
most normal people can just watch one the next day.
Most people will not buy a pay-per-view the next day.
And Dave always puts over how AEW does all these last-minute buys and shit. So why wouldn't they just go, oh, I didn't see this all last-minute buy it tomorrow. I thought it was poor people. Poor people.
Poor people don't like AEW.
So they're not buying it then the next day? Huh.
So
sort of just contradicts a bunch of shit you said before, dude.
Some people will, but most will not.
Well, the AEW fans are going to buy All Out, and they will watch the Brock Lesnar and John Cena match the next day if they care to watch that match. How many buys do you think All Out's going to do?
Just the one match. They're not going to watch like the World Heavyweight title match or any. They're not bigger WWE fans than they are AEW fans. They just tolerate AEW because it's there, and former WWE guys were there.
All Out. I don't want to make any predictions, but I think it'll be the lowest they've ever done.
Pick a number.
Easily.
Throw something out there.
He's going to say 100,000. I bet. Watch.
No, I'm not going to pick
under 100.
If he even okay, he's about to say yes, thank God. But the fact he even paused on the under 100, Dave, you added 30% to the last one, motherfucker.
Baby, learn Meltzer Inferno.
Dave knows that he added 30% to the last one when he's like 122. It did like double or nothing. But then when you look at the YouTube and the trends and everything, it's way lower than double or nothing. And on the YouTube is about 20% lower. So minus like 30 to 20% off that. I think I tweeted like 50 because I'm trying to be an asshole. I'm really poking at Dave. But yeah, it was like less. The last one was less than 100. This one's going to do, if they're lucky. Like what? Okay, you're a bar. You own a bar. What is that? Like a fucking cocktail. You own a bar. And you're like, which one am I putting on? You're going to put the fucking WWE one on. Just hands down. Just because. And then maybe if someone's like, hey, can you put it on this one screen? And then they see they have to buy it and they're like, fuck that. If there's a bar that's like, we're just going to show wrestling and shit that night, man, which are few and far between when there's other sports on. How many are going to show, like AEW is the one that they put on the one screen over here for the fucking 3 marks. And then the WWE fans. Could you imagine like WWE bar fights, bro? Yeah, we at this theater over here and we're fighting these assholes over here in the parking garage. Because those guys came to see All Out. There's like 50 of us and like 4 of them, though.
Yes, under 100.
You think it's going to do under 100?
Yes, under 100 for sure.
Yeah, because the last one did under 100, Dave.
For sure, you say.
For
Yeah,
sure.
All right.
Because he knows this is why he's able to go for sure. And Brian's like, for sure. You don't ever for sure me on the over hundreds because Dave knows that they're doing under 100. And that he's already inflating their normal ones. So this one, he's not going to be able to get away with that. And and he knows too, because it's ESPN, real people are going to look into this and write how WrestlePalooza crushed All Out and shit. Watch. You're going to see someone really real, who's really a journalist, do this, do a story about this. And Dave is just not, he's putting his chips on black, but jet black, right? He's, he knows he's going to come across looking so fucking stupid.
I'll take that bet.
How can it not?
Because the AEW fans are not skipping All Out to watch an ESPN show that they can watch literally at any time. I bet 110 or above.
For All Out, Brian. What? Oh my God. And this is why he thinks that. Because Meltzer, who has deception in his eyes. Now, I know you can barely see it because he looks like Brock from Pokemon's dad. However, and he even dyes his hair black. I told you guys. I called that shit out. He's Brock from Pokemon. Wait till he gets that fake tan going. Listen, he's lying. He knows. He's dead behind the eyes, man. And Brian's saying that. It's almost like a troll. Maybe Brian's actually trying hard and trolling because Brian's going based off of the shit that Dave says about the other pay-per-views, where he's like, well, if these other ones are doing like 130 and maybe even 150, Brian, then I bet it's doing 100, 110. No, Brian. No. They're doing 100 if they're lucky. Maybe the big one, maybe the All Out did 100. But Dave's adding 30%. Now you're getting wrapped up in it, and he knows that someone's going to fucking actually report on this. Someone real. Dave knows. He knows I'd be a top football reporter. No, you fucking wouldn't, clown. Now we're going to see. Now we're going to see the fucking, okay, now ESPN's going to cover this shit. See how you fucking fare. See how you stack up. Well, they're in the pocket. They're in WWE's pocket. I mean, they paid them billions, but they're in the fucking pocket, though. Stupid. Now look at what you've done. No, they're doing fucking way less than 100, dude. They're cooked on this one. No way. Dave couldn't even think. I had to give him his Meltzer spin for this show. Watch him do that for this head-to-head. Watch him use the Philmark spin as well that I provided for him. Watch it happen, and someone's going to write some real shit about this. And he's going to go, yeah, I mean, well, fuck, you know. Actually, I don't normally cuss, Brian. You're going to see a lot of this shit.
I don't think that you realize how hard ESPN's going to be pushing this thing. This is going to be...
And I don't think Brian realizes how hard you've been lying, Dave. So it gives people a false perception of what they're actually at. And that's what Brian's going off of. And it's funny because you're like, oh.
I don't know it's going to be as big as the Fox one, but they're going to push it bigger because ESPN, it's their first show. They are going to hammer this so hard.
Gonna hammer it hard, dude, like a fucking Turkish hair plug. That fucking hammered in the head real hard, so we all know. Yeah, so Dave goes, Clash in Paris, far from sold out. Like in 5,000 tickets or whatever. So Dave had this to say, I don't know why Tony Khan didn't go in the afternoon, Brian. I think it's a big mistake not to go in the afternoon. So you're like advising him. You want him to listen to you? No, I applaud you, Tony Khan. You are the best guy for once because you're not listening to Dave, who for surely texted you this bad advice. And Dave's so used to you just throwing your fucking money around like it ain't nothing. Oh, I'll just move the show till earlier. We'll just go 10 hours later. Who gives a fuck?
The best guy's Tony Khan.
Don't listen to Dave. Nose to the grindstone. Go fucking head to head, brah. Don't back down, dude. Don't listen to this putz. And so Dave says, I think that from his standpoint, he just felt that he doesn't want to be bullied every time. And I won't stand for this shit. And he's just going to do it. But he'd have been better off going in the afternoon. At least in the afternoon, he has the jump. He's the first show of the day. So what does that mean, Dave? Like, we're going to buy that first and then buy the other one later, when you just said no one has that kind of time. So what would this be an issue? If they're doing as good as they're doing on streaming and pay-per-view and all these other metrics, this shouldn't even be a worry. But Dave's worried, and I also today posted a clip of Dave is super worried about TNA and NXT and triple fucking
The best guy is Tony Khan.
And so he says, at least in the afternoon, he has the jump. We got the jump on them, Brian. If he was going in the afternoon, I think he would do pretty well, but not head to head. There's no way. The best guy. So Meltzer said, what posted this gem? He says, remember when we used to be told how strong AEW pay-per-view late buys were? So Dave's awfully worried for a guy who's gone on the record saying, like, man, the late buys, AEW Revolution pay-per-view buy rates revealed late buys were strong, and it's going to end up along the lines of the last one. Dave Meltzer, new study and an analysis of AEW pay-per-view buys, who buys, how many for subscribers, and more detail, whatever. Current estimate for the buys. Meltzer reported all in generated around 21.5 increase in buys from late buy purchases and was up 36.9%. So that's in the past, of course, when they were rolling a bit. Observer once said in the last year, AEW Revolution was Sting's final match around 171 to 175 pay-per-view buys worldwide. That number could increase with late buys. So again, when it suits Dave, all they're doing late buys, Brian, I assure you. They're fucking doing amazing. Everything's great. Right, here's Jedi Goodman per the Observer, all in pay-per-view buys. This is in 23. Current estimates are 20 to 30% above recent shows. 30%, Brian. The math is mathing, as the kids say. Brian. A lot is dependent upon late buys, which are high percentage for pro wrestling these days. AEW Full Gear pay-per-view buys are looking to be between 120 to 140 with how well the late buys do. They're the key factor. So Dave always comes up with these key factors. There's a key, the late buys, and then now that's not a factor. What happened? I thought they're growing in every way. I thought everything's growing and everything's great. So what happened, Dave? Did we just catch you in another lie? Oh, I'm sorry. Did we just catch you in another fucking lie?
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
I think that's what we just did. I'm lit tonight, folks. We're hitting sounds. Let's hear Dave. He's going to say it now in case you thought I just made all that up. Like it wasn't already from the horse's mouths. Let's hear what Dave has to say. This is in 2025. This was the other day.
I don't know how low it gets, but they're not doing anywhere close to what they usually do.
We listen to this basically. It's just listen again.
It's impossible. This is not a night where you can pick and choose. You got a 5-hour show,
the extended cut, the redux,
and probably a 4.5 hour show head to head. If you want to watch both, you're going to be up till 4:30 in the morning. Ain't going to happen. And
it's going to happen, Dave. I'm going to do it.
People can just watch one the next day.
Most people will not buy a pay-per-view the next
I'm going to watch them both at the same time. If your mother only knew. You guys remember that shit? Rozelle, the beatboxer guy? I don't know.
Some people will, but most will not.
Well, the AEW fans are going to buy all out, and they will watch the Brock Lesnar and John Cena match the next day if they care to watch that match.
The hardcore, the super hardcore AEW fans.
I'm a fucking sicko, dude. Ooh, ma-na-na-na-na, metal.
Those are the ones that are going to be buying.
Yeah, but that's not like we've already seen. Like frickin' Collision got killed by Triple
That's
Mania.
Collision, Dave. Collision is totally different from All Out. Nobody wants.
It's not, Brian. Dave is like desperate here, and he's like, "No, dude, I'm so full of shit. I'm sorry you think this." Dave is like encountering a sicko, like, "Oh fuck," and it's because of him.
Just Collision anyway.
It's. Do you know how much publicity this show's going to get? It's the first show on ESPN. This is going to be probably from a hype standpoint.
How many buys do you think?
Brian's trying too hard, dude. I wonder what's going on with all that. But yeah, quite interesting, man. It's just so funny how the hypocrisy always fucking bleeds through. So Dave Meltzer says rating for Dynamite was 585K, a 0.13, third and first hour behind US Open and Fox News. Tennis and Fox News is like 5 shows, so it's not first or third and first hour. No, it's like 7th or 8th. Second and second hour. Always with the excuses. So Dave Meltzer's dumbass star ratings. Now, again, a bunch of people go, oh, why do you care about his dumbass star ratings? Because he will argue that they're not dumbass. He will argue that they're objective. He will argue that he's given matches he doesn't like more stars just because they deserve them. He will argue that this is not preference-based and we don't study him and learn and we're all dumb fucks and we're poor and low IQ if we don't acknowledge that these are objective star ratings. That's why he condescends you if you say, oh, it's just his opinion. He doesn't like that. And for any wrestler or anybody who has a fucking opinion, you can come debate me on this and I'll pull fucking receipts. I've done. Oh, by the way, Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week playlist up on PWT YouTube channel, the definitive every fucking segment in one playlist. Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week, everything that's ever been clipped for a Dave Meltzer dumb fucking moment where a flute was played is in a folder in a public playlist there for you guys on the YouTube channel. So make sure you check that out. So we've chronicled this. You just go back in the Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week playlist on youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. And you guys know he fucking doesn't like that you say they're just his opinion stars. He wants you to think this is objective fucking ratings. So we clown them. And I even clown his WWE ones. Okay, sickos? So for people like, oh, you're just saying it because AEW. No, his WWE ones are too high. He rates matches too fucking high. So Copeland and Cage versus Killswitch and Kip Sabian, 3.5. So think about a 3.5. That's like an above average, exceptional match. Was it that? I mean, I don't know if it was that, whatever. We're not going to get hung up on these. But Kyle Fletcher versus Takahashi, a 4.5. I don't think it was Takahashi's best match. I don't think it was fucking Fletcher's best match. I got to be honest. So a 4.5, one of the best ever. Okay. Mercedes Moné versus Bozilla. And by the way, the only criteria Dave's ever provided is it's how the crowds moved. And it's like a Richter scale. Find me more criteria and I'll add it to the fucking, I'm keeping track here, but he's just said how the crowd has moved and it's like a Richter scale. So Monet, Bozilla, Persephone, and Alex Windsor, 3.25. Sabre Jr. versus McGuinness, a 4.5. Now that was one of the better matches on the show. But I explained how he does this. So with AEW shows, or with even WWE shows, what he does is in his mind, Judas in his mind, he picks the match that he thinks is the best, and then he picks the rating. So no longer is this star rating system like, and he won't say this, but I'm explaining it for you because he's a redact. This is how Dave's stars work, I think, in his autistic mind while he's sitting there with a fucking feather he dipped in ink while he's writing the shit with his tongue out, eating a fucking Hot Pocket with a twirly hat on, fucking popping over CMLL shit, right? What Dave does is he picks the match that he thinks is the best already, like a preconceived notion in his mind, and then he just applies like a star rating to it. Like, let's say the best match of the night's going to get a 4.5. Okay. And then for the night, he just bases everything else off that. You guys get what I'm saying? Like he goes lower than that from there off of what he likes or whatever. That's how he does it now, because there's no way you're like sitting here giving a star rating for this bullshit and you're thinking of like when Mach fucking wrestled Steamboat or when, like you're not thinking of these matches, fucking AJ versus Cena at a house show for the fucking title that Dave gave fucking 4 stars to because someone DM'd him about how crazy it was, right? Like you're not really thinking of all of that while you rate it. So it's more like a show rating. This is what I would rate. The way to look at Dave's stars, I think I've figured it out. I've cracked Dave Inche's code, right? It's like you have to look at it like this is just a show rating based on like he loves this shit. So just on this show, this was the 5-star thing. Like, it's not that I'm going to rate based on the history of wrestling. Just like one thing's getting 5, one's getting 4, one's getting, and then I'll add 0.5 if I want to just try and boost someone, or a 0.25 if I want to try and boost. Like, I'll give Monet a little boost, even though I don't really like her because she's ripped on me before, but I have to make it look like the AEW women's division's crushing. So, like, that's how he does it. I hope I broke that down. I hope that makes sense. I'm a fucking Spurg myself, so I think I can get into his mind really well. But Hurt Syndicate versus Brodito versus FTR, a 4. Okada versus Strickland, a 4.25. Storm versus Athena, 3.75, because he hates women's wrestling. Hangman versus MJF, a 4.75, and then a lights out steel cage, a 5. Just because it had Kenny and Will and Ibushi. Oh my, Brian. It's just so good. Like, what the fuck, man? Oh, look at those 4 legends. These 4 icons. It was amazing.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Like, what the fuck? A 5-star fucking match. Holy shit. There's nothing crazier than that. Actually, we're about to get into crazier than that, I promise you. So here's Dave literally sweating, wiping the sweat from his brow. Let's watch.
I don't know why Tony didn't go in the afternoon. I think.
Look at that shit. Wiping the fucking just for men from his brow.
I don't know why Tony didn't go in the afternoon. I think it's a big mistake not to go.
Taking a big gulp. Did you hear the big gulp? I don't know why Tony didn't go there.
I think it's a big mistake not to go in the afternoon. But I think that from his standpoint, I'm
just cooking Dave so hard tonight.
He just felt that he doesn't want to be bullied every time, and he's just going to do it. But he'd have been better off going in the afternoon. At least in the afternoon, he has the jump. He has the first show of the day. It's a lot more advantageous. If he was going in the afternoon, I think he would do pretty well, but not head to head.
I mean, the 0 hour would absolutely crush at fucking 7 a.m. Jesus. So Don Callis went off. He's like, Dave Meltzer says that without Don Callis, Kenny Omega would likely have never left DDT. Meltzer also says that without Don Callis, Kenny is Barry Horowitz. Dave also said if Don Callis has been born 100 years earlier, Hackenschmidt would have destroyed Gotch. Dave Meltzer stated that the Don Callis family is by far the greatest faction in history. Meltzer, with an O, has also stated he will rename the non-bumping performer observer award the Callis. Dave has also stated that if Eddie Graham were alive, he would beg to be mentored by me. It's pretty funny. So again, let's just read this, okay? So this was Will Ospreay's 54th 5-star match. He has 54. He has more than the WWE's ever had.
Wrestling's not fake!
Just himself, because Dave's such a mark. So this is the 30th 5-star for Kenny. The 17th for Tanahashi. Like, look at the numbers of these guys with their 5-star matches. This is why Dave gives it an automatic 5 stars. Do you guys get why I broke it down that way? Look at the names in that match. Just, okay, that's the 5-star. If something else makes me go 5-star, then I'll bump this one up to 5.25 or 5.5 or whatever I got to do. It's a Richter scale. It's not based on like the history of wrestling. I think that's how he does it. But anyways, Ibushi 14, the Young Bucks have 14, and then the 9th for Mox. Dave will give him the 10th because he sees that number and he's like, oh. So guys, I obtained, and this is legit, and people can be mad about this if they want. It's just what it is. People can praise it if they want. It's just what it is. Okay. Tony Khan's report on a WWF house show he sent to the Wrestling Observer. And I said, it's all starting to make sense here. And this went pretty viral. 44K views, 500 plus likes. It's going up. 45K views as we're watching here live. So this is a WWE house show report. And I called it WWF. And then some dudes like WWF. This was 07. And I'm like, okay. Same shit. He's like, you wouldn't call it the WWWF. I'm like, oh, really? And then I called it that on tonight's show because I will, and I just did. What's the difference between WWF and WWWF, motherfucker? One more W? What are you fucking gatekeeping W's here? What's going on? So WWF house show report 922 Champaign, Illinois by Tony Khan and Floyd Fisher. So from Tony Khan, this is a fucking email. Who'd I get this from? The GOAT, man. It don't matter. It's legit, though. Like, legit. I'm telling you guys, if it was a bit, I'd be honest. It's a legit, as far as I know. I don't see any reason why this isn't super legit. So he says, hi, Dave. WWE returned to the Assembly Hall in Champaign, Illinois on Saturday night for a Raw brand house show. I would attribute the improved turnout, I believe. A show in January that was headlined by Batista versus Mr. Kennedy drew about 3,000 to the appearances of John Cena and Triple H. The difference between the way the crowd treated those two compared to the rest of the guys on this show was likely night and day. Or like night and day. The people were absolutely rabid for both. No Chris Benoit, though, you know. Ha Cena and Triple H. Ha The show began with Tony Chimmel introducing Maria. Nice name, am I right, Dave? Match 1. Maria announced a 15. Don't tell Brian. Don't tell Brian. Am I right, Dave? Don't tell Brian Alvarez, but Maria announced a 15-man battle royal with the winner receiving a title shot against John Cena in the main event. The competitors she introduced were Daivari, Cody Rhodes, the Highlanders, Paul London, Brian Kendrick, who I'm going to fire in 10 years, Super Crazy, Val Venis, Hacksaw Duggan, Lance Cade, Trevor Murdoch, Santino Marella, and Shelton Benjamin. What an era. What a fucking who's who. No. I counted several times, and indeed, there were only 13 guys in the ring. We study and learn the math, Dave. Right, Uncle Dave? Holy shit, dude. I counted several times. There's only 13. The best guys, Tony Khan. It's Carney Wrestling, bro. Then Santino Marella gave a long speech saying he would win the Battle Royal and defeat Cena for the WWE title for Mania for Maria. The crowd roundly booed this. Obviously, Marella was the first man eliminated, which did get a decent pop. Most of this Battle Royal was really sloppy stuff until the final sequence, which was pretty strong. He's a fucking uber mark. He's a straight mark, bro. Uber mark. I ain't hating on it, I guess, but like, god damn, is this guy fucking... Look, I don't know if I can read it in his voice, man. He goes, a few minutes after the intros, Jeff Hardy walked to the ring looking confused and handed the Intercontinental title to the referee. He climbed in the ring and the crowd immediately began chanting Hardy. He was pretty much the only wrestler besides Cena or Triple H to command any reaction except for Hacksaw's USA chants. The final 5 in the ring were Hardy, Rhodes, Murdoch, Cade, and Benjamin, and there was really an entertaining spot where Rhodes and Benjamin were both skinning the cat, and trying to knock each other off the apron to the floor. Both men climbed up, and Benjamin springboarded into the ring while giving Rhodes a modified hot shot, knocking Rhodes to the floor. Murdoch and Cade made a pact with Benjamin against Hardy. However, they quickly turned on Shelton and knocked him out of the ring. Hardy then followed it up by knocking. So this is like, by the way, there's marks who do this in 2025 for these wrestling shows and send it to Dave, and he fucking reports it like he's there. This is still what he does. And this is why he's putting over Tony, because he's like, oh, he was a reader of my, oh, he was a contributor. So again, match 2, WWE Women's Champion Candice Michelle pinned Beth Phoenix at 9:18 with a schoolgirl roll-up. The best sequence of this match was Candice doing a springboard Hurricane Rana, followed up by a spinning heel kick for a near fall. And then I put on the wizard's hat, and then I pulled a pigeon out of my ass, and then the broomstick started dancing and painting the basement with water buckets. It was fucking Fantasia. It was great. But really, it was way too long, and the crowd was starting to turn on them. Half a star. He's giving them star ratings too. 2 stars. Oh my god. Sorry. Match 3. Super Crazy pin Jay Bradley at 5:35. And look at how he thinks of women's wrestling too. This match was too long. Fucking 10 minutes. Not even 10 minutes. Roughhouse O'Reilly got pinned by Val Venus. Star and a quarter, or quarter star. I don't know. 3/4 star for Hacksaw versus Daivari. What else? Dave is Rhodes pinned Benjamin, 1.5 stars. Holy shit. He really hates WWE. He's one of these fucking sickos who just goes to hate on WWE. Triple H pinned Carlito, 1.75 stars. Let's see. So it turned into a tag match. Cena got 2.25 stars. Overall, I think the crowd went home happy. The people seemed restless as the show dragged after the initial battle royal, but the fans were clearly there to see Cena and Triple H. Tony Khan. Yours truly, Daddy. Tony Khan. So, I mean, we have it there in the history books. One for the ages. Ladies and gentlemen, the best guy is Tony Khan.
Tony Khan.
And that was Dave Meltzer's Dom Moment of the Week. Okay, I love you all. 4.5-hour show. I'll be here in the morning to watch Clash en Paris with you guys. I will be here I hope you had a good time. Round of applause for you guys, the PWT universe, and myself being amazing and hilarious and stellar and handsome and cool. I had a great time. This is amazing. 4.5 hours plus. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Join me tomorrow. We're going to watch Clash in Paris, and I hope you're all here. Peace and love. Please become a member. Hit subscribe, whatever the fuck. Hope you all had a good time. Until next time, be good to each other, and I'll see you guys in the Upside Down. Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts.
You know that Smackdown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know?
What's the point?
The point is Smackdown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. It'll be a lot like my favorite movie. Time. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Keep themselves.